Long as I'm still breathing, I'm still winning. I teach them. Long as I'm still breathing, I'm still winning. I teach them. Teach them.
Afro-Cuban and Nubian, shake my shell, now I'm a whole new being. I know you see him, move the V and flow seamless, thought provoking with a stroke of genius. Bestowing ether on MCs, it's open season. Niggas rapping for nothing, but I flow with reason. Standing in front of the lock, just gotta throw my key in. I'm feeling like the dopest breathing, paint a sonic picture, listen close to see it. Always the loudest one ripping the script that never fits the part. Your end result usually reflects on how you start. So if it's all about the money, you'll always be at odds. Cause a fool and his riches always drift apart. Every word spoken is provided from the heart. Trying to walk a lighter path, not be guided by the dark. But don't get it twisted, that can't do light, arm out with fire. Like I'm trying to guide you through the dark.
Long as I'm still breathing, I'm still winning. I teach them. Long as I'm still breathing, I'm still winning. I teach them. Teach them.
Rolling again, herb smoke blowing the wind. Took time to cool off, I'm back to scrolling again. Reminiscing on the bond I had with most of my friends. Some switch sides and only proof the fold in the end. But sooner or later, niggas will show their intent. Opportunists try to do shit to get close to the wind. Got me feeling numb, heart colder than November wind. This shit ain't never what it seems, people only pretend. Controversy sparks conversation, I hope to offend. Bitch vibes coming off a cast that's supposed to be men. My dreams go deeper than the road in the bend. Trying to conquer consumerism, take control of my ends, you know. Make a few worthy investments, knock a few things off the checklist while rolling the best shit. The more work you put in, the bigger the check is. But it's more so my passion that measures my efforts.
Long as I'm still breathing, I'm still winning. I teach them. Teach them. Long as I'm still breathing, I'm still winning. I teach them. Teach them. Teach them. Long as I'm still breathing, I'm still winning. I teach them. Long as I'm still breathing, I'm Long as I'm still breathing, I'm still winning. I teach them. Teach them. Teach them. Long as I'm still breathing, I'm still winning. I teach them. Teach them.
Afro-Cuban and Nubian, shake my shell, now I'm a whole new being. I know you see him, move the V and flow seamless, thought provoking with a stroke of genius. Bestowing ether on MCs, it's open season. Niggas rapping for nothing, but I flow with reason. Standing in front of the lock, just gotta throw my key in. I'm feeling like the dopest breathing, paint a sonic picture, listen close to see it. Always the loudest one ripping the script that never fits the part. Your end result usually reflects on how you start. So if it's all about the money, you'll always be at odds. Cause a fool and his riches always drift apart. Every word spoken is provided from the heart. Trying to walk a lighter path, not be guided by the dark. But don't get it twisted, that can't do light, arm out with fire. Like I'm trying to guide you through the dark.
Long as I'm still breathing, I'm still winning. I teach them. Long as I'm still breathing, I'm still winning. I teach them. Teach them.
Rolling again, herb smoke blowing the wind. Took time to cool off, I'm back to scrolling again. Reminiscing on the bond I had with most of my friends. Some switch sides and only proof the fold in the end. But sooner or later, niggas will show their intent. Opportunists try to do shit to get close to the wind. Got me feeling numb, heart colder than November wind. This shit ain't never what it seems, people only pretend. Controversy sparks conversation, I hope to offend. Bitch vibes coming off a cast that's supposed to be men. My dreams go deeper than the road in the bend. Trying to conquer consumerism, take control of my ends, you know. Make a few worthy investments, knock a few things off the checklist while rolling the best shit. The more work you put in, the bigger the check is. But it's more so my passion that measures my efforts.
Long as I'm still breathing, I'm still winning. I teach them. Teach them. Long as I'm still breathing, I'm still winning. I teach them. Teach them. Teach them. Long as I'm still breathing, I'm still winning. I teach them. Long as I'm still breathing, I'm still winning. I teach them. Teach them. Teach them.
1, 2. Okay, here we go. Hold up, everybody. This is your brother, God Ward Jr., coming to you another exclusive program. I hope everybody is out there enjoying this great Malcolm X weekend. I want to say happy early birthday to the great and honorable Malcolm X. His birthday. Let's see if I'm being heard on here. Let me see something. Okay, good. I hope everybody took off Monday. Um, I don't think we should get permission on or taking off and celebrating our heroes. Every other race do it, and why shouldn't we do it? So I'm off Monday, so I'm going to celebrate my ancestor, the Honorable Malcolm X, and we definitely going to celebrate uh, this weekend. The whole weekend is going to be about him. But today's topic is Elijah Muhammad exposed. I should have put dishonorable Elijah Muhammad. I should have put that there. Let me see. Let me see if I can edit this. Maybe I should put this there. I don't think I could. Yeah, I think I could. Just give me a second. I'm gonna change that title. I'm gonna change that title. Let's see if I can change that title. Okay, let me see if I can change it. I don't think I could. Yeah, I don't think I could. Yeah, I don't think I could. All right. Yeah, I couldn't do it. But I should have put dishonorable Elijah Muhammad exposed because the man was dishonorable. Um, I want to say that I was looking, before I decided to go on live stream about this character. Um, I had a DVD about the Elijah Muhammad. So I had it since not early 2000. I think I had it since 2011 or something like that. It was, I think, over 10 years ago. I had that DVD. So I decided to throw it on, and I realized, while I was watching it, they show the history of what the American Africans, basically the African Holocaust and stuff. But I didn't realize how bad Black people really, really had it during the time Elijah Muhammad grew up. I didn't realize how bad Black people as a whole, because it shows me that the United States really didn't care anything about black people. Like, we was literally on our own. So I don't understand how these FBAs keeps talking about America is, is the greatest country on the planet, and we got so many. And I'm just like, didn't you just forget that what your people went through? I mean, it gotten so bad where the person who was talking about Elijah Muhammad in the DVD, he was saying that how Elijah Muhammad was so poor, his brothers and sisters would eat poison, not poison, would eat, they would eat spoiled beans. They had to eat spoiled beans, and they would have to put vinegar on the beans, so to I guess to soften the smell, or and where they can eat it. They could be good enough to eat. I mean, that's how bad it was. Especially during the Great Depression. You mean, talking about the 1920s and 30s and stuff. Then it went on that he met Clara Muhammad. I didn't realize he met her so young. I think he was in his early teens when they basically grew up together. But she's really stuck by that man all the way to the end. But I didn't realize how they met early. And they eloped. They didn't have a marriage. They eloped. But when it got further into the documentary, they mentioned Malcolm briefly. They briefly mentioned Malcolm. And basically, they were saying that, and one thing I don't like it where when they talk about Malcolm X, it's like they trying to put the brother down or something. It's literally they trying to, like, they bashing him. So they were saying Elijah Muhammad had to literally told him not to speak. He claimed that Elijah Muhammad told all the ministers not to say anything about the assassination of Kennedy. And they said Malcolm disobeyed and talked about the president, which he did not do that. Only thing that Malcolm said, that it just shows that chickens come home to roost. That's all he said. That was a very general statement, and it had nothing to do of Kennedy. He was talking about the typical Neanderthal, barbaric, white America. When you put out evil, evil is going to come back. That was a very general statement. Now I'm hearing different things like, oh, Elijah Muhammad told Malcolm not to do that because he was trying to protect Malcolm. No, according to the guy who was doing the talking, he said the reason why they didn't want any ministers mention about the assassination of Kennedy is because they didn't want to be harassed by police. That's the bottom line, because the police kept messing with them, even doing, because it was a lot of they were fighting, but unfortunately a lot of these black Muslims got injured, and even getting killed. But before that, I'm jumping ahead. I forgot to mention that the fact that they said that Elijah Muhammad met Wallace Fraud Muhammad. Okay, they say he just so happens to meet Wallace Fraud Muhammad, and I noticed that in the documentary they did not describe how this man looked. He didn't say that, oh, he met a brother named Wallace Fraud Muhammad. He never said that he met a black man named Wallace Fraud Muhammad. He just said, oh, he just met a guy, Wallace Fraud Muhammad, who taught him about Islam. That was it. That was it. They didn't show no pictures. No one really knows who's Wallace Fraud Muhammad is. No one really don't know. And if you ask any of these black Muslims today, they can never tell you who was the founder of the Nation of Islam. Because at a certain period, the guy, they said that he just vanished. He disappeared. They don't know where he's at. But there's records of him. There's records of him. So this person, but we already know that Wallace Farhad Muhammad was not an African man. He was not a black man. He wasn't American black. He wasn't no American African man. We already know that. He wasn't no biracial. And he wasn't none of that. He wasn't none of that. Because if that was the case, the guy who was speaking in the documentary would have said it. He would have said it. So then after that, then that's when they mentioned Malcolm X and then after that, you know, of course they said Malcolm left and he got assassinated and then that's when all the mosques was getting burned down and but they didn't stop Elijah Muhammad from doing what he got to do but then it got to the point, then it got into the whole, and I realized it was just propaganda after that point. After that point, the documentary was just propaganda. He was saying that Dr. King was going to convert into the Elijah Muhammad's teachings because you see a picture, an actual picture with Dr. King and Elijah Muhammad speaking after the death, after the assassination of Malcolm X. And the guy said, yeah, he was going to convert or not. He didn't use the word convert, but he just said he was going to adopt the teachings of Elijah Muhammad before he got assassinated, before Dr. King got assassinated. Which I disagree with that. Again, that's propaganda. Then it went from Elijah Muhammad. He created all these mom and pop stores. He created a bakery. He created a newspaper company. He created all these things for black people. He purchased some homes. I don't know if he built them, but he purchased for black people, but not just any old black people. It was only for black Muslims. It was only for black Muslims. So that's what I came to realize by watching this documentary. I realized that Elijah Muhammad, he was not for African people. He was not for the black man, black woman, and child. He was for Islam. This thing, Islam was more important than African people. Because you couldn't get a job unless you was Muslim. You couldn't purchase a house unless you couldn't purchase a business that he owned or a house that he owned. Hey, Emel. What's good? Yo, this the guy I want to see. I wanna if you have time, my friend, just stick around, and I want to bring you up if you don't mind. I want to bring you up if you don't mind, because there's a lot of misconception. But I'm glad you came through. Hotep to you. Because I didn't like the fact I didn't like. Okay, no problem. Um, but yeah, I'm glad you came through. I really did. But yeah, just sit back in the cut, listen. If you want to come up, if you have time, you can. But yeah, this is going to be interesting. I hope you enjoy it. All right. Okay, no problem, man. No problem. I understand. I hope everything goes well with your job and everything, because I know how that is, man. Trust me, I know how that is. It's not easy. Definitely, but spend time. Yeah, but definitely spend time with your family, man. Family is always important. Definitely. But I'm glad you came through. Um, what I was saying. So you had to be Muslim to purchase these homes, and the guy basically said it in the documentary. He said he built homes, or he purchased homes only for Black Muslim families. You could not get a job unless you was Muslim. So Elijah Muhammad, his whole thing was Islam. That's the only thing he cared about. He did not care about African people. He did not care about African people. This is the reason why when he traveled outside the United States, he only went to Arab countries. He only went to Arab countries. Yeah, the email said that's why we need leaders like Bram. I don't know how to pronounce his name, but I know who you're talking about. I say this is myself that all the time. I said this to myself all the time. Our government in America doesn't give a damn about us or our well-being. That's true. It don't. It never did. And the funny thing about email, that history speaks for itself. History speaks for itself. And like when I was saying earlier about when I was listening to the documentary today, they said that Elijah Muhammad, and I've heard not just him, but if you hear like Bill Russell's story, how in the South, African people in the United States could not even go to a library. They wasn't even allowed to go to a library. It was only for white kids. It was only for white people. And white is only for white adults and white children to go to the library. They was not allowed to go to a library. Bill Russell had to go to the North, and that was his first time witnessing or experiencing going to a library. I said in the documentary that Elijah Muhammad was so poor that him and his brothers and his family had to eat. They had to eat rotten beans, spoiled rotten beans, and they had to put vinegar on it to at least give it some sort of taste and get rid of the smell. And this is during the Great Depression, remind you. See, Black people just forgot about all that. But fast forward, that's what I kind of realized, that when Elijah Muhammad became this guy who was talking, it was definitely propaganda, because he made it seem that Elijah Muhammad did all this great work, which is not true at all. Malcolm X did all the work. Malcolm X was the one that created the mosque all over the country, created, putting in work with the jobs. For almost 12 years, he was doing all that. That was all Malcolm X. And he did it for Elijah Muhammad. Elijah Muhammad, the only thing he did was sit back and collect. That was all. That's all he did. Sit back and collect. And I wanted to say this. The Nation of Islam are not Pan-African people. They're not Pan-African people. They are about Islam. That's what they said, the Nation of Islam. The Nation of Islam, not the nation of African people, not the nation of Africa, the Nation of Islam. So the whole documentary that I was watching was definitely propaganda. I think it was just to make this man something that he wasn't. And yes, I agree with Emil. I agree with you, Emil. Elijah Muhammad was dishonorable. He was dishonorable. I agree with Emil. And I should have had the title Dishonorable Elijah Muhammad. Hey, what's up, Gary? Long time no see, brother. What's going on? What's going on, Gary? My brother. That's another brother I like, man. I respect. What's good, Gary, man? It's good to see you, man. Cool cutter. Definitely, man. Yo, you got to do some more live, man. I miss your live videos, man. You got to come back. You got to come back on YouTube, bro. You got to come back on YouTube. Yeah, man. Yeah, I've been doing some YouTube videos, man. I don't do it like every day, but when I got time to do something on my mind, something I want to discuss, I'll just say hell with it. I'm just gonna schedule it. So yeah, man. I've been on here. Still grinding. You know what I'm saying? I hope all is well as you and your family, man. I'm glad you're healthy and you're strong. So that's the good thing, man. You know what I'm saying? So just whatever you do, man, just keep doing the right thing. Keep strengthening your family. Because at the end of the day, we all we got. We are all we got, brother. So I'm glad to see you. I'm glad you're healthy. And as far as what I've seen, your family's doing good. So that's so important. So yeah. Oh man, sorry to hear that. Sorry to hear that, King, man. But just stay healthy, man. I know I know it could be rough, and sometimes age can play a part. So it sucks. Sucks getting older, man. But just stay healthy, man. All right. So, yeah, I try to stay out those hospitals if I can, man. I hate hospitals. Two things I hate: hospitals and going to court. Going to court and hospitals are two things I hate. Yeah, anytime, man. But just stay healthy, man. Stay healthy, man. You know what I'm saying? Stay well, all right? So, but it's good to hear from you, Cool Cutter. For real, man. That's cool. That's my brother, Cool Cutter, man. I'm glad he's doing his thing. It's been a minute since I saw that brother. So yeah, while me watching this documentary, I realized it was just propaganda. It was lies. And that was they kind of, they showed his family, they show his mother and father, Elijah's mother and father, his sister and brother. But it was definitely propaganda. But I didn't like the fact that they kind of played Malcolm. I don't like that. Because Malcolm did not portray his teacher. He did not show anywhere he portrayed Elijah Muhammad. The only thing that brother said was chickens come home to roost. That was a general statement. That had nothing to do of Kennedy. I could see if he said, well, Kennedy brought it on himself. I could see if Malcolm said that. But Malcolm did not say that. He said chickens come home to roost. That's a general statement. That he was just saying that, hey, when white America do evil, it's going to come around 360. It's like a boomerang. But you're going to punish this man? You can punish this man 90 days? To the point Malcolm just said, the hell with y'all, I'm leaving. I'm going to start my own organization. And then on top of that, you're going to kill that man because he was more popular than Elijah Muhammad? Yeah, of course he's going to be popular because he was the one who built the Nation of Islam. So I didn't really care about the documentary, but it was a good little history lesson. I mean, you learn about his background and everything. I want to say this. I remember that well, I don't want to go too far on myself here. Let me see. I want to play a video. Okay, I'm going to play. Let's look up. Let's do a background of this Wallace fraud Muhammad. Let me see something here. I'm going to screen share. Because I like to do things in order. Let me see something here. Okay. So it was some foolishness that I was brought to my attention where this turd-faced mental patient had this dude claiming he was Wallace Fraud Muhammad's son. And I'm like, what? It was obvious this man was mentally ill. But let me see if I can play that real quick. Let me see if I can play that. I'm gonna screen share this. Sometimes it takes a while to load. I hate that shit, man. Okay. Whoop. Okay. Whoop. All right, let me do this. Oh. Let's screen share this. Because we gotta do background checks, right? And I always say this: if you're going to learn And I know this is what I do. I do know about some of these B-Rabs Negroes. They don't really know the founder. They don't know anything about the founder of the Nation of Islam. They really don't. They would tell you about Fraud Muhammad, but it's very brief. They think that it's all about Elijah Muhammad did not build the Nation of Islam. He did not build the Nation of he's not the founder of Nation of Islam. Elijah Muhammad is nothing but an errand boy. He's the messenger. That's what he said. He's the messenger of God. Okay. Now, when he's talking about Allah, he's talking about a white man named Wallace Fraud Muhammad that he called him master. He calls him master. So I'm going to play this because there's a couple of things I want to show because I got to get it out. But I want to get to the root first. I want to talk about the founder of the Nation of Islam, which is Wallace Fraud Muhammad, because a lot of people don't know who he is. But at the same time, he is somewhat a mystery, right? So let's do it this way. I want to chop it up.
So it's out there. This thing is going to say, they're going to come up with some plan there.
Now, this guy, he's claiming that he's this goofball claiming that he's Wallace Fraud Muhammad's son. This is what this dude is claiming. He's claiming that he's Wallace Fraud Muhammad's son. So let's listen to what he says, because I'm not going to play the whole thing, but it is kind of funny, though. I got to play it. I'm sorry. I got to play it.
They didn't by aliens or I'm the devil, whatever. And in a way, I am their devil. I am their antichrist because I'm our Christ. And I'm more urban with it. I mean, all that fallout nonsense, that thing's done. We get things done. People don't have to like me because my father, sometimes I don't think my father likes me. Honestly, because he's tough love, bro. Tough love. My father put me in a prison. You understand this? In Florida. I was in Okaloosa, CI. You might want to check. I was in Okaloosa, CI, in Florida from 2007 to 2011. My father to take over the whole prison. Ask around. Did I take it over? How did I take it over? People know. The blood gang out there in Florida, they know me well. They honor me. So I just want everybody to understand this is my story. This is where I stand with it. I respect everyone's viewpoints. I understand. But having open dialogue, being rational, and saying and coming to rational conclusions, that's what I want us to be back on as Black men. To be able to analyze something, say, okay, Eric, well, let me go pull this information. I'll get back to you. And if you have some tough questions, and I have to have some answers, so be it. And that's where I stand on. And I thank everybody for the time. That's what I'm going to do.
Alaikum salam.
Now, I want to say this. You see how the mental patient, how he responded, Alaikum salam. I thought you wasn't Muslim. You claim that you're not Muslim. I thought, because once if somebody is through with something or they're not part, they're not going to say anything that's related what they used to be. They're not going to say assalamu alaikum, salaikum salam. They're not going to say that. They'll just be like, they'll say something else. But you're a Muslim. Okay? It's okay. You're a Muslim. Here we go.
I want to thank you, brother Eric Farad Muhammad, for stopping and spending some time with us. And as I told you in the email, we want to open up right now before you leave.
Exactly, I that's what I thought too. He kept saying, I'm not a Muslim no more. I'm not a Muslim. I was done with that. But you addressed another man. You addressed a dude saying Salaikum Salam. That's what Muslims people say. If I'm no longer something, I'm not going to reference anything what I used to be. That's just common sense. But yeah, he's confused.
We want to open up the forum to questions. I haven't seen any questions. Anyone has any questions for Brother Eric, put them in the chat room. We're simulcasting right now on Angel Snub Nub 7 YouTube channel. This is Reality's Temple on Earth Internet Ministry YouTube channel. Also our Reality's Temple on Earth Internet Ministry Facebook channel and all its affiliates. I know there's a lot of haters out there. They want me to have one subscriber and get one view. Unfortunately, that's not the case. And if it wasn't for our 100 channels being terminated, I should have, I'm not going to say because of my message, I'm not going to say I should have 1 million subscribers and all like that. I should have 40, 50, 60,000 people. At the time, at the height before.
Now, I want to say this. This is Eric. This dude right here, his name is Eric Farad Muhammad. That is his name, Eric Farad Muhammad. He's claiming, Email, I want you to listen to me. He's claiming that he is Wallace Farad Muhammad's son. Okay, he's claiming he's the son of Wallace Farad Muhammad. All right, but I'm gonna destroy all that. I'm gonna destroy all that. Okay. Now the word Farad is definitely Islam. That's an Islam word. Means it means obligation or duty. That's what it means. That's what Farad means. So that's an Arab name. These Negroes are not Arabs. These are wannabes. And even the Arabs, even today, would say, you would never be a real Muslim. That's our stuff. So you and all this Muhammad and Talik and all this other stuff, those are Arab names. Nasheed, you know what I'm saying? You got Tariq Nasheed, you know, Takahaka Bey. Anything with a Bey or Muhammad, those are Arab names. That's not African. That's not African names. They know this. But this is the reason why they hate Africa. A lot of, like I said, Christianity and Islam are anti-African. Now, don't get me wrong. You can if it helps you to use it as a tool to do good things, fine. Like I said, one of my greatest heroes, Marcus Garvey, was a Christian. Nat Turner was a Christian. Harriet Tubman, Christian, but they were African first. They were African first, and they used Christianity as a tool to do more for their people. These Negroes ain't doing that. Elijah Muhammad did not do that, because you had to, in order for him to build you, you had to become Muslim. You had to be converted, and that's not right. Marcus Garvey never tried to convert nobody. That's the difference. So let's continue what this meatball had to say.
YouTube started harassing me, I was getting 300 subscribers a month. And that's going back to 2009. So how many, if I was averaging 300 subscribers a month, going back to at least 2009, how many subscribers would I have now had they left me alone?
And the funny thing about an email, there's no proof of that. He never, and that's, look, I'm going to get into everything that you're saying, like, because it was some things that you brought up that I agreed on. Like, I agreed, like, I saw the video with you and Muhammad. I saw the video, and you said everything. You was on point. That's why I'm glad that you come on, because I want to just let you know that you didn't say nothing wrong, and I can back it up. I can back it up. That's why I kind of wish I was on that panel with you, because I feel that you was being jumped. And it was based out of fear, because that's one thing about religious people. They always want to. They always want to use fear. They always want to. Oh, the devil's going to come get you if you don't do this. You know what I'm saying? This is the mind games, the tricknology. And you was being bullied. That's bullying. You have every right to see things differently. And I wish, email I wish you didn't take down that video. It's your video. You should not have to take down your video because somebody feels offended and disagree of your facts. They disagree of your facts. That's silly. I wish you did not take down that video because the way that person try to use intimidation, and I'm gonna bring this up. I'll show it. I'll confirm it, because that's what it happened. I don't like bullies. I don't like that. I did not like that program. And even that chick Maya, she's not. How are you going to talk about Africa? And I don't want to go ahead of myself. I'm going to address all that. I'm going to address all that. But yeah, these people, like this turd-faced mental patient, he do not like Pan-African. He don't even talk bad. The way he talk against Pan-African, he don't even talk like that against the Nation of Islam. He said he's another FBA. Of course he's FBA. Of course. Oh yeah, yeah. You could pretty much tell. Yeah, you could pretty much tell. You could just the way he looked. He looked like he came. Well, they both came from the crazy house. Two crazies, two peas in the pod. The blind leading the blind. It's ridiculous. No. Emil, I totally understand. He said, I punked out because I wanted peace. I lost impotent before after he and Digger Amant were lighting me up, but I still have skepticism about the NOI. There's still a lot of questions. Of course, Emil, you have every right. And my brother Cuckoo Cutter would tell you. Me and that brother, we on point. Yo, shout out to Cuckoo Cutter, man. Stop, don't do that. But yeah, Emil, yeah, Cuckoo Cutter would tell you about this whole pseudoism, man. Him and Isaiah used to go back and forth, but that's pseudoism because that's what it was. Emil, it's all pseudo. And they tried to use a fear tactic against you. You was on point. You did not say nothing wrong. You did not say nothing wrong. And actually, you the one that inspired me to do this video. Emil, I wanted to say you the one who inspired me to do this program. Gary said, I haven't seen his face in a long time ago. He's looking really bad, Cool Cutter. He's looking really, really bad, man. Yeah, this guy. Mr. His ancestor is Bruce Lee. Oh, but I gotta play this, man, because I want to chop this up.
And even in recent times, a couple of years ago, they took down my channels. Every time I turn around, they always take it down my channel. You should wonder, and you should ask the question. Even Google itself, I had to take Google to court, and you can look that case up.
You keep talking about the same shit. Get to the fucking point.
I had to take Google to court.
Okay.
Why would a corporation, $1 billion corporation, why would they take the time to mess with a nobody who you say only get 10 subscribers, who only has 10 subscribers and only get 10 views on a video? Why you keep messing with me?
Well, I want to say this to you, brother. I want to say this to you on that. So, you can just have to look at the numbers. For example, I on one of my channels, I have 36 subscribers, they said, right? But when you look at my views for the overall content, I got 142,000 views. It doesn't make sense. You understand? That doesn't make any sense whatsoever. I did something called the Mighty Illuminati. A sacrifice that have to be made, and that with my mind mentally, I had to make tough choices and walk away from millions of dollars. But the end goal now, and we have been talking about communication. Us as Black folks have to be able to sit down at the round table and have logical discussions, even if you disagree, or I might disagree with your points. But if you make a solid point, I don't have to like you, or I can love you to death. But if you make a solid point and it's there, I have to admit that at some point, if I have to go back, regurgitate that information and say, well, let's have a further discussion on that. We as Black folks, this is the last step that we have to do for our communities, for government, because this is what we don't do. We only put each other down. It's not about, forget the emotionalism of it, it's about results. So once we come together and have these round table conversations and we let everybody speak, and then we analyze this information, and we then as a group collectively say, well, this is how we see it as a group. And we might certainly see things different as an individual, but this is how we see it as a group. This is one thing that the Caucasian does do well, that we have not mastered, and which we need to get to at this point. Hopefully, because one thing about me, and I would say people say, I'm a loyalist. Regardless, if I come on your platform and you give me an opportunity to speak my truth, and you, like we said, we don't have to agree on everything, right? But if you accept truth, or you put forth truth, then I'm going to help. It's my duty to help my brother and aid my brother to success. But we have to stay on the right and straight path. This is what the devil is not. That's what they don't do. The devil to me is not about colors. The devil is the liar, the deceiver. The devil is the one that will murder you over telling the truth. The truth. This is who the devil is. So when I call out the devil, I'm calling out those individuals that push that agenda, that even when they're caught with their hand in the cookie jar, this is where we're at right now with the situation in California. Your hand's caught in the cookie jar. You're broke multiple to the law. You lied on my name. And then you're like, please back up, Eric. Not backing up for you. And may Allah bless you, regardless of what. Another thing, I'll say this. Taking this path, as some of us did, like you said, you were a former member of the Nation of Islam, it's like going down the rabbit hole. Once you think you have it, another door opens up that's going to question and challenge your belief systems. That's all. It's a journey. I've had some very tough conversations with the Orthodox Muslims. I was told 2013 is they will all know you have these abilities, and then we can have scientific conversations. Is they will all know you have these abilities. It all started for me as far as the cult thing was that I made a prediction on Twitter of an earthquake happening in 2014, 6 months in advance. Actually, on Twitter, someone asked me to do it on Twitter. I did it 6 months later to the day the earthquake happened. I called it San Francisco 6.0, August 14, 2014. It hit. Now, they took down my Twitter that day. The people that had asked me to do it claimed that they were from NASA. I don't know who they
agree with me or whatever, but facts. So I stand upon only the facts.
Only the facts, man.
I don't deal with belief. I don't deal with gods and this magic and all this type of thing. I don't deal with some sucker foreign religion. You're supposed to be so smart. You all this, but you need some suckers, Holy Quran. You need some sucker from overseas that need to take a passport. I'm God, but you need to get on a boat, get on a passport, and bring yourself over here and try to teach me. You can't teach me nothing. You can't. What kind of power you got? And then they run you out of town. You got all this power that you talk about that you got. It's been 100 years. Ain't nothing that you've done changed. You have no power. You're still saying the same thing that you were saying back in 1930. Where is the power?
He's indirectly talking to this guy. Indirectly talking about this dude.
Then control it. Only thing you doing is basically just saying something after the fact. Well, God did. There's no evidence. God made no. Now, if you want to impress a blizzard, Mr. God, bring a blizzard. Now you got the people attention because where the hell did a blizzard? Now it's hot in the summertime. Oh, but it is summer. It's summer. Of course, it's supposed to be hot, and it can be 200 degrees. Y'all, it's summertime. No, you bring a blizzard since you can control all this kind of stuff. Then you bring a blizzard in the middle of summertime. That's what you need to do.
Angel.
If you can control the wind, then I'll let you talk.
No, I got you. I wanted to say this. I hear you. And I just want to say this to you. And I'm going to give you the floor right back. You're right. So I think that's what we need to do. No. That's no. I'm going to give you.
I didn't say anything. I let you talk an hour and a half. I didn't say nothing.
No, I agree with you. Angel, I'm agreeing with you. I agree with you.
Okay, so now
you ain't gonna let him talk.
So now we bringing all this magic and we calling ourselves all these Israelites and all this stuff from forth. If it was not for translation, you couldn't even read the Quran. You don't know nothing about them people over there. How did you get from over there over here? Them people don't have nothing to do with us. We some Israelites. Ain't no people. Going back to my notes, you was talking about the president of Egypt, Anwar Sadat. That's during my lifetime. I remember when the man said it back in the day. Mm-hmm. It was a broadcast with President Jimmy Carter, Anwar Sadat, and Menachem Begin. And Anwar Sadat told Menachem Begin said, "Isn't it wonderful how we get together after your people in prison mine and whatever?" And Anwar said, "I don't know about. We don't have no record of no stuff like that. What you talking about, man?" And of course, not too long after that meeting, Anwar Sadat was assassinated. But I don't deal with foreigners' religion. How you gonna? Even the Europeans, even the slave master gave us Christianity. How did they get there? All this stuff came from the Middle East, Africa somewhere. How did the Europeans get all caught up and they got European name? It's all a bunch of baloney. They got brainwashed. All of us got brainwashed by this religious garbage. These people didn't exist. They always had one name, Prophet Muhammad. Noah or whatever. Where their modern day relatives? Where their modern day relatives? Where their burial sites at? It's nothing but stories and fairy tales. I am not.
And let me say this for the record. When he's talking about where's the burial, that's Pan-Africanism. We've been saying that way before. He regurgitating everything that Pan-African people have been saying. Because that's something that I've been saying. That's something that Brother Polite was saying. Shaka Amos, all these brothers and sisters have been saying the same thing. Now now he's regurgitating the same people that he claimed he's against. I mean, please. He says, cool Carter say. He said that dude speaks incoherent. He speaks with his eyes closed. Now he practiced on earthquakes coming to, oh man. What the fuck? They're all over the place. Both of them stay. Well, both of them come from the cuckoo's nest. Both of them came from the cuckoo's nest. Stay on subject. And that's another thing too about this myth, about the turd-faced mental patient. He's always doing that. He like when he talks, he's slick dissing you. And this is the reason why the guy he gonna eventually interrupt him. Like, okay, that's enough. Like you ain't gonna keep attacking me. Like I'm not stupid. I know that you're dissing me. Angel is passive aggressive and dry hating on Eric. Eric is laughing, but Snupnut is talking about Eric. Yeah, of course. Like I already know that. He's definitely slick dissing him. Yeah, like like this is totally off topic. And that's what he does. There's another situation. He was talking to another group of brothers, and it was about feminism, and that went off topic. Hey, Hotep, Underrated Darkness. Hotep King. Shout out to Underrated Darkness. Shout out to him.
Interested in magic. Because ain't no magic. It was nothing magical that put us in the situation that we're in here. It had nothing to do with magic. They had boats, they had guns. That was the magic they used to put us in the situation that we're in. It had nothing to do with no magic, spells, or whatever. You got people talking all this magic voodoo stuff, and they dropping bombs on you. Where is your magic and your voodoo when these bombs are dropping? The people in Gaza believe in Allah. Why aren't Allah stopping all the bombs from dropping? Of course, there's an excuse. Well, Allah is allowing this to happen.
No, brother, no, I want to ask
let me speak. I did not interrupt you.
Brother, hold on. Direct questions. Angel, hold on, brother.
I'm not asking you
No,
I'm giving a commentary.
Eric, I'm gonna take it no more.
Talk for an hour and a half, and I didn't say anything. I took down I took notes down.
Angel, I understand.
Listen,
give me a second.
Why
give me 1 second.
always gotta interrupt me? Because
I'm not interrupting you.
Angel, or whatever.
Angel,
Let me. You're talking about.
I just want to get Angel.
No, I let you talk.
Angel, calm down, brother.
I let you.
It's got too emotional.
If you're so smart, you're so intelligent, then why don't you do what I did?
Let me say this. Let me say this, man. I gotta say this. This is what happens. This is the typical Islam bullshit. They said Islam means peace, right? That means peace or peace upon you. There's no peace. These are 2B raps. And they argue. This is the typical. That's like I said. If you know the history of Islam, Islam is very violent. Is a violent religion. Studied the sub-Saharan slave trade when these Arabs went over there and manipulated black people to the point they got converted to enslave their own people. Anybody that saw look, don't take my word for it. Look at the movies. Look at movies like The Woman King. How those sisters had to fight and had to literally wipe out these black people, these black dudes who was converted to Islam. Look at the movie The Black Panther, where you had these Muslim dudes kidnapping women in Africa. This is pure facts. So this is pure example of Muslims. They don't never get along. Muslims they never get along. This is the reason why the Moors, they might have problems with, with the Nation of Islam. Even if you go to those Arab countries, the Sunnis got beef with these another group of Arab people. They don't get along, but they practice out of the same Quran. They read out of the same Quran because it's not fit. It's definitely not fit for African people. It's not fit. But this is what you get out of it. This is the going back and forth and attacking one another. And this dude is so emotional. He's screaming and yelling, and it's like I'm very, I gotta get my hands off, get my hats off him. He's being calm and collective, but he been rude too because he didn't let the guy talk. You gotta at least let him wait until he get him out, even though he might talk for 2 hours. But you gotta at least give him, you gotta hold your peace. Because before that, like this is the middle. Like I'm not gonna play the whole thing, but in the beginning, this Eric person had spoken for like almost an hour and a half. That's true.
While I'm talking, take down your notes and say, brother, you said such and such, and you said this and that and that. I'm gonna let you speak. Don't interrupt. You talking all see, this is how the hypocrisy. Now this man here talking about we need to get together, and he cannot even allow me. I allow this man to come on my platform, speak for an hour and a half. It never ceased.
Brother,
commentary. They got to start talking. They got something to say. I let him talk. I let you talk. I let you talk for an hour and a half.
You let me talk.
I'm not asking no question.
Now, if you had a question,
I didn't ask you no question. I'm giving you a commentary.
Brother.
I have a question, then I'll give you the mic back.
I'm frustrated. I'm very frustrated with you because communication
you
is very important.
Frustrated.
We're having a conversation. Don't lose your cool. Brother, don't lose your cool. I can speak calm and quietly. When you said, I'm going to open up the floor. You said, I'm going to open up the floor. Brother, let me speak. You said, I'm going to open the floor for any questions. You said control the weather. You said control the weather. You said that's a good point.
Nobody asked you a question.
Brother,
there's no questions in the chat room. I didn't ask you no questions
right now because you can't have. You made the rules. You said you're making yourself for these people right now. Anybody that's watching this said. You let me talk, brother. I spoke, and if you had asked me a question, I'd have gave you the floor.
As soon as I began to talk, I let you talk completely. I let you say completely for an hour and a half.
Brother, you were asking questions.
As I began to make my point, as soon as I began to make my commentary,
then question, commentary, brother.
There is no question.
Brother, you asked why weren't we doing this or why weren't we doing that? Those were open.
You let me speak.
Man, this ain't no propaganda thing. Actual facts.
You see this, brother Khalil is in the chat room.
Yeah.
I let this brother Khalil, I let this man speak. As soon as I began to put my cards on the table, he got to interrupt me. Why I can't say what I gotta say? You sit back in the cut and listen. Because what you gotta say is more important than what I have to say.
No, brother. I had a question. That's all I had. I had a question about something you stated, and that's it. And
And you can put it to me after I shut the hell up. You can't wait till I shut up and give you the floor. Because you're not smart enough.
Oh, shit.
You're not smart enough to know.
He said
this is what I'm talking
You're not
about.
smart enough to know.
No, Black man. I'm not going to get in a disrespectful thing. You're losing control. I'm not. That shows who's in control. No. You're making a fool of yourself right now. You're making a fool of yourself to everybody else. Everybody else is seeing that I'm in control. You're not. Everybody sees that I'm in control and you're not. Everybody sees that you're going, and everybody sees that I'm not. No,
because what
no,
you got
you stated that the conversation would go, Eric, you speak, then we're going to open up the floor for questions for you. Then you just changed the format. Everybody that can rewind this thing, would you please rewind it? He stated that this.
I have a whole page full. I have a whole page full.
He never said that he was going to give a commentary. He stated that he said that, I'm not upset. I'm not upset. I'm upset that my brother.
Shut up, then.
You can't even stick to what you stated. Anybody that can rewind, you're exposed. This brother about to have a heart attack right now. Y'all see this? He stated, "Let you speak. They want to open up the floor for questions for you." And I said, "That's fine." Then he went on a rant.
Oh, this is funny.
Now shut up.
Facts. No, brother, you shut up. Because I'm in control. Not you. See?
So I can cut you off right now. How the hell you in control?
I'm more calm. Because I'm
This is so funny.
You bring that back on when I say
anybody watching this brother right now would say, Eric is calm. Eric is handling his business. That brother over there to the left is acting like a damn fool. I'm guaranteeing you're acting like a damn fool right now. I'm not. I didn't raise my voice to you. And then if you go back to the context of what you stated.
We're going to do this. We're going to do this. Did I or did I not let you speak for an hour and a half? Yes or no, sir?
Yeah, absolutely. Then you stated to me, hold on. I answered your question. Now, hold on, brother. Wow, no, hold on. Then you said, I'm going to open up the floor. Then you said, we're going to open up the floor and we're going to ask for questions for you. So don't set the parameters, then try to change. You fool.
Exactly.
Now I'm about to get on.
Cool.
Now you stated that. You stated that. Right or wrong.
What was the question brought to you?
So there, when you start questioning my father, you called him a fool.
There we go. You don't have no father. You don't have no father.
Then you call my father a fool, right or wrong. Right? And then you say, oh, God, I'm not letting you speak.
His father is Wallace Fraud Muhammad. That's his father. This is too funny. These two people came from the crazy house, man. It's a fucking mental patient fight. This is too funny.
I don't know your father.
Brother, I never insulted you. I didn't insult you.
What?
I didn't insult your program on your platform. I didn't do any of those things. Respect is an important thing, brother. Respect. So then you come in with this dialogue disrespectful. I questioned and said, okay, by what you stated.
I am not disrespecting you an hour. I gave you an hour and a half. You not said nothing.
I spoke for an hour and a half because I decided to do that. And you could have interrupted and asked me any questions anytime you wanted to.
I did not interrupt you. I don't do that.
Brother, then you stated, now you're going to open up the floor for any questions. You didn't say anything about your commentary or anything in nature. So I thought we were doing the question and answer. But you said, so if you ask a question, you ask 3 questions. I assume.
You didn't answer no question.
You said that if we control the weather, brother, you said if we control the weather. You said
oh my God! This is too funny.
Brother, you said if we control the weather.
Yeah, it was. He was taking a shot.
A winter storm. And I agree with you. right? I agree with you on that. Then you went on.
You cut me off. You cut me off.
You don't format. That's not cutting you off. That's having a conversation. That's called a conversation. You should. That's what I'm talking about. The whole point of my conversation is that we have to learn how to communicate with each other.
I gave you an hour and a half to talk. You cut me off.
Oh, wow.
Don't worry about my education.
All right, can you calm down?
I can tell you about my education.
Because your education level now is being emotional. I'm not being emotional. I'm being logical.
Oh no!
Right, show that high school diploma.
I'm telling you what happened.
How you gonna tell you what's happening? I was a part of it, and everybody can play this back, and they're gonna tell you what happened.
I said I have no questions. I have no questions for you. Go ahead and talk, because that's what you want to do. Look, let him talk. I ain't gonna say nothing. Look, there you go. Go ahead and talk. Go ahead and talk.
Brother, I'm just gonna say this to you. No, go ahead. You say something. You were talking around in circles. You said from 1930. Go
ahead.
You said about my father. My father, I respect very much so. My father, Master Farah Muhammad. So put a name on it.
Oh God.
When you started your rant, you said but my forefathers who were black, or as we call Israelites, all of the prophets were what?
Prove it.
From Abraham to Jesus to Ishmael to all the prophets were 100% Israelites, brother.
You ain't related to nobody. Prove it. What the paperwork at? What the paperwork at, sir?
What paperwork you need? You need a DNA test or something?
No.
Paperwork. I don't have any problem with a DNA test. What paperwork? If we
name one of your relatives. Name one of your relatives over there. Name
Amir Khan. AKK. Amir Khan. That's one of my relatives. Amir Khan. You know that we were Khan before the Khan, right?
What's the telephone number? I'm gonna call him right now.
Oh my God!
What's the telephone number?
He's your Facebook friend. AKK. He's right in London. I
want to call him. What's the telephone number?
Call him. I'm not giving you my cousin's number. Call him. He knows him. Khalil
a cousin born in America, right?
No, he wasn't born in America. He was born in Afghanistan.
He was born in
Afghanistan. He's talking to you. He's talking to you right now. That's what. Yeah. Oh,
you're not related.
What do you mean?
You're not related.
How?
To you.
How am I not related to the Khan? How?
You ain't related to that.
How? How do you know who am I related to?
You ain't related to nobody. If I'm related to somebody, I can show you. I will call you. I will call them right now, and I will show you by paper how I'm related to them. You can't show
that. Get the hell out of here, man. You know what? Now you're playing with our intelligence. Now you're telling me my sister, my sister, if I call my sister right now, I got to show some paperwork how I'm related to her. Get your crazy ass out of here. That's not how we black folks operate. You're not going to bring this to this table.
He said, get your crazy ass.
Your sister born in America.
Your ass up right now, man. Listen, bro, you're being disrespectful. Listen, Angel. Hey, shut up. You ain't
not related to nobody in Afghanistan.
Bro, see your emotions again. You can't prove. Look at me. Do I look 100% black to your punk ass, huh? You punk. You make me disrespectful. Do I look 100% black? My sister, have you seen a picture of my sister? You want to see a picture of my sister? My sister in America? Why she look white?
You ain't related to nobody in the foreign country.
How is that?
You can go back 100. You can't.
Why all this here? Where's it come from?
I got so many notes on you that you've never been convicted, but then was in prison and was teaching people
Bro,
for
I
I
said,
don't know how many years.
brother, you're a liar. Brother, you're a liar. Brother, I said I went to prison in 2001. I got one felony conviction. You don't take good notes. You just don't take good notes.
You had no felony conviction.
No, brother, I said that I
You just had
had
no
convictions in 2001. You're not taking good notes. Anybody that's watching this conversation is going to say you're wrong.
I wrote the note down.
That
You
shows
had
you
no
wrong.
felony conviction.
Bro.
Get it straight.
Bro, you're lying. Honest, anybody that plays this back will tell you
No,
they're
I'm
going to say
mistaken.
you're
I'm
lying.
not lying.
You
No,
lying.
I'm mistaken. I'm not lying. There's no need to lie.
It just shows that you don't have your facts
Why
in
should
order.
I lie?
You're not prepared. You're not
Why should I
prepared.
lie?
You're
Why
not
should I lie?
prepared. You got it
Why should I
wrong.
lie?
You just got it wrong, right? You just got it wrong.
No, so
You
let's
just got it
clarify.
wrong.
Okay, let's clarify. Okay, you have no felony convictions, right?
No, I have one.
You have one.
I have one from 2001, like I stated in the conversation, from Florida. The people that financed my store right next door to this place.
I want to get to the part when.
Who is your grandfather?
Okay, here we go.
And give you the questions that you want.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Now, let's get to the data.
My commentary here with my commentary. Let's do this like we're in a court of law.
Yes, sir.
Let's do this like we're in a court of law. Okay, so first of all, you say that you are the son. You're saying that you're the son of Fard Muhammad. Are you saying biological or spiritual?
Biological.
Okay, now, so I'm asking. So my next question is who is your grandfather?
Okay, I gotta stop it right there. Now he's saying that he is the son of Wallace Fard Muhammad, and then he said that his grandfather is Alfonso. Now I don't know who Alfonso is. I don't know if it's the grandfather on, on his. I don't know. I'm trying to figure out something on his mother's side or his father's side. I don't know. So let's play a little more, and then we're gonna get down to it.
You said Master Fard Muhammad is your biological father.
Yes.
So I'm asking
Alfonso. That's all his I know. His mama's name was Baby G.
That's not true.
His name is Alfonso Muhammad.
No.
Yes.
Oh no.
How we
And
were talking.
He came from what? Utah.
I was taught that his father was 100% black. That's what he told me, or he was Arabic and black, and his mother was white. Right. His mother was white. So he was black and Arabic. That's how I was taught. I was taught that we come from the secret mystery schools that our lineage goes back to my mother.
No, I don't.
I was telling you what my father told me. Hold on. You asked the question. So we come from oral history. There's not necessarily a written history, but oral history, right? Right or wrong. So when your grandparents and your parents, you said what?
Okay, so Alonzo lived where? Not an American.
No.
Okay,
No.
so where did he live? Where was he born? Where was he born?
Mecca.
Mecca. Okay. You was told. So what is the name of his wife? The woman
Baby
that
G.
he messed with.
Baby G.
Her name is Big G.
Baby G. Baby.
Her name is Baby G.
Baby G.
And she lived in Mecca. And she lived in Mecca too?
No, she's from the Caucasus Mountains.
Oh my God.
So how did he meet his wife or the woman
I never asked.
You don't know. You don't know what happened.
I never asked.
Where in the Caucasus Mountains did she come from?
I never asked.
What part of Mecca did he come from?
Never asked.
You never asked who they are. Okay.
Never asked.
You don't know.
I was more. You don't, because I'm gonna tell you to give you more information about that. The reason I never asked is because there's so many amazing things going on with this man. My interaction with my father, because I met him through extraordinary circumstances and situations. I've always been known.
Okay, I gotta stop it right there. I'm into this. So I'm going to show you. Oh, let's hit this. That's not what I want to do here. There was something I'm supposed to do here. Okay. All right, so that was fun. I had to throw that little entertainment thing in there real quick. That was kind of fun. That was real funny. But I had to show you that. Oh shoot! I'm trying to get rid of this order. So that was entertainment. But he said that this guy said that he was related to Wallace Fraud Muhammad. So now we're going to do a little bit of homework. Let's do this. Okay, so that's the reason why I like to. Let me put up my slides. Now we're going to get into the nitty gritty now, because I want to talk about Fraud Muhammad real quick, and then I'm going to get into Elijah Muhammad, because we got to go to the root of the problem. We got to go to the root. What's going on here? All right. Now, I want to show you this. This is coming from the FBI, FBI files, because they document everything. Okay. Now, if you look at here, they show you Wallace D. Farad Muhammad's parents. They show you his parents. Now, as you can see, Wallace Farad Muhammad, they said Wallace was arrested in Los Angeles Department in January 20, 1926 for violation of the World Wine Act. That's because World Wine is more like a possession and selling drugs. Wallace Farad Muhammad was a drug dealer. This is who people worship. This is what people follow. Wallace D. Farad, or now as Wallace or Wally. He has different names. Wally D. Farad or Wallace Farad Muhammad. He was a drug dealer. And that's what he got arrested for. He got a felony record for that. So of course, this is his father. His parents right here. He was born. His father's name is Zahad Farad, right? They claim he was born in Hawaii. And his mother, Wallace Farad Muhammad's mother, is Beatrice Farad. She also was born in Hawaii, according to the transcripts. So these are his parents, Zahad Farad and Beatrice Farad. Those are his parents. Okay? So let's not mistake that. So when he said, well, who was his father, who was Wallace's father, he said Alfonso. Who the hell is Alfonso? That's wrong. But when people, you got to understand, people, they follow people because they regurgitating instead of doing the research and finding out who's the founder of what they into. You got to do research. So if somebody tell me about the UNIA, I could easily say, hey, Marcus Garvey started that. Hey, he was born in Jamaica. He came to the United States at this year. He was raised in Harlem. I mean, not raised. Let me see. I mean, he was his residence. Let me use that. His residence was in Harlem. He lived in Harlem. I can tell you about the person who created the UNIA. But these people don't know anything about the Nation of Islam. Only thing they know is the person who ran it, which is Elijah Muhammad. Elijah Muhammad is not the founder of the Nation of Islam. Let's continue. Let's see what happened here. Now, he kept saying that he kept saying that Wallace Fraud Muhammad was a black man. Not according to the transcripts. Not according to the transcripts. Okay? Not according to the transcripts. So they said, look at what it says here. They said the following description was noted relative to Wali D. Farad. They said race, white. His race was white. Okay? Yes, he was married. They had one child together. But it wasn't no Eric Fraud Muhammad. And he was born way earlier. So I don't know what he's talking about, which I'm going to show. Okay? So Wali D. Farad was a white man, right? Let's continue. There's another description here. They said, listed Wallace Farad Muhammad or W.D. Farad. They said following description, as furnished by the Detroit Police Department, gave the number. They said sex, male, race, white. Age 33 years old in 1933. His ethnicity, right here, is Arabian. He's Arabian. According to his ethnicity, he's Arabian. Right? Now, that's according to the transcripts. Now, it doesn't matter what he's according to he's Arabian, but it really doesn't matter his nationality. We already know that he wasn't a black man. But according to the transcripts, his nationality is Arabian, so he's an Arab. Now, he could be Arab Indian, or whatever, but he wasn't an African man. Let's continue. Now, his wife, Hazel, that's his wife, Hazel, Wallace Farad Muhammad's wife, Hazel, described Farad as a male and white. White. Okay? White. And he said he got Caucasian features. Okay? Caucasian features. See what it has here. It says here, this is another transcript. It says right here, if you look closely in the middle, it says Farad was described as, again, he was Arabian ancestry. Arabian ancestry. Farad was described as age 33, 5'8", and he was Arabian ancestry. So he has some Arab. So he definitely is an Arab. Maybe he's an Arab descendant, but he's definitely has some. He's definitely an Arab. He has some Arab ancestry. So of course his name's going to be Farad. Of course his name's going to be Muhammad, because that's where he comes from. He comes from, or his family comes from the Middle East. Let's go to the next one. All right. So you've seen back to back. So again, when you hear black people, when you hear these Muslims saying, "Well, I don't drink, I don't smoke," that's an Arab thing, right? That's based on the Arab religion. So according to his wife Hazel, she said, who stated that any substance that Farad did not drink, smoke, or gamble. But he had mood swings. She said he was temperamental. He had mood swings, which resulted of their marriage, resulted of a divorce. Okay, so he had mood swings, just like you saw those two clowns. That's how they act. They act just like they slave owner. So when you hear black, I don't smoke, I don't drink. You got that from your white leader, right? Let's see what else will happen. Okay. Now Hazel, because they had a son together, she's also white. Hazel Barton, that's her maiden name. Her race, white. She was a white. So here's a white man who had a white wife. Not okay. Now they had a son together. Let's see what the son says. Let's see what the son, because let me see if their son was Eric Farad Muhammad. So let's look down here. Okay. Let's read what it says. It says, on October 17, 1957, the FBI located and interviewed Hazel Barton Farad, Wali Farad's common law wife. So they wasn't really married. When they say common law, usually it wasn't married. They were just living together. So he wasn't really married to her, with whom he had a son named Wallace Dodd Farad, born September 1st, 1920. So they had one son together that was born in 1920. This dude, Eric, said he's the son of Wallace Farad Muhammad. It's clearly he was not born, but he was born in the 70s. They had one son together. This son, later also known as Wallace Max Farad, that died in 1942. So their son died in 1942. So he said he was served as a United States Coast Guard during World War II at the time of his death. Here again, he said Barton Farad gave a description of Wali Farad and described him as a Caucasian New Zealander. So they don't know where he's from. One minute they saying that, well, Well, he's an Arab. We know that he's definitely a European Arab. He probably just moved, but of course he moved to the States, or he probably moved around because they do move around a lot. So they probably talking about different residences he used to live in. But at the end of the day, he wasn't no black man. Okay, so we should clear that up right there. So I think that should be cleared up. Hotep Sister Raw, what's good? Hotep Sister. So we already know that Wallace Farad Muhammad had a son. They passed away in 1942. Let me see what happened here. Okay, so I want to go back a little bit. Let me stop screen sharing. So we already know that Wallace D. Farad was a Caucasian Arab. Let's put it like that. He was a Caucasian Arab. Now, this has been proof. This is proof. This is proof. I want to there was something I want to add on here. Shit, I don't know what happened to my shit. Hold on. I wanted to add a video. And it was something that Dr. Umar has said. I wanted to play that. Just give me a minute. Okay. So I'm gonna play something real quick. This thing. The fuck? Whoa. Whoa. What the? I didn't want this. How they gonna skip that? That's crazy. Give me a second. I'm just trying to. This thing's acting up on me. Whoa, why is it doing this? Just trying to just getting this video, man, but it's like keep jumping around. So yeah, this is not good. I don't know what's going on here. Okay, not coming on. All right. Sorry about the delay. I wanted to play something, but it's not coming on like I wanted to. I had it up here though. Yeah, I'm here. I'm just trying to put up this video. So let me screen share this real quick, and then I'm going to get into the nitty gritty this time. Let me get to the nitty gritty. So we're going to show you the differences between Pan-Africanism and the Nation of Islam. And I think Dr. Umar, he says it best. So let's listen to this brother. Okay.
Consistent voices for Black consciousness in the United States. Yeah. He may be the longest running voice of consistent Black consciousness because he's been blessed to be with us in the flesh for so long. But there's differences. They operate on a religious paradigm. I do not operate on a religious paradigm. No religion consciousness because he's been blessed in the United States. Respect the nation. Mr. Louis Farrakhan has been one of the most consistent voices for Black consciousness in the United States. Yeah. He may be the longest running voice of consistent Black consciousness because he's been blessed to be with us in the flesh for so long. But there's differences. They operate on a religious paradigm. I do not operate on a religious paradigm. No religion is going to save Black people. No religion. Black people have to stay Africanist. They are not. I'm about the complete and total solidarity and liberation of all African people in the world. That is not their agenda. Although we are both nationalists and we probably have far more in common than we have differences, and I stand in solidarity with my brothers and sisters from the Nation of Islam, but the program of the Honorable Marcus Garvey is not the program of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad.
You've met some of our politicians in South Africa.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you hear that, right? So there's nothing in common between the two. There's nothing in common between the Nation of Islam and Pan-Africanism. There's none. Everything is based, like the brother said, Dr. Umar said, everything is religious based. We're not into religion. We don't into pseudoism. It's all about resources and power. We about something tangible. We're not into that religious stuff. They believe that, well, if you look good in front of white people, and they talk about separation, but they really don't practice separation. This is facts. Now I want to say this. Michael Max. Oh shit. Okay. I want to let's do this. Where's the cast? Let me screen share something real quick. I want to say, rest in peace to Al Freeman Jr. He was the guy who played Elijah Muhammad in the movie Malcolm X. And I'm not going to lie, he did a really damn good job. He was believable. He damn near looked just like him. He passed away August 9th, 2012 in Washington, D.C. He was born on, this brother was born March 21st, 1934, in San Antonio, Texas. So, but he did a really good job playing Elijah Muhammad. So I want to say rest in peace to Al Freeman Jr. for doing a. I just want to give my my condolences on him and thank him for doing a great job playing Elijah Muhammad. I didn't even know the brother passed away actually until I decided to look him up and see if he's the guy still around. But wow, he lived a long life. He lived a long life. So I just wanted to say that. Let me stop screen sharing, man. I want to show something else. So let's show. So we got to Elijah, we got to his teacher, we got to Wallace Fraud Muhammad. You know that he's an Arab. So, like I said, when I watched the documentary, and I want this to be a reminder that if you read this, it says he said in as much as Elijah Muhammad recognized W.D. Farad as being Allah. So when they say Allah or they go to Savior's Day, is really to worship this white Arab. He's claiming, Elijah Muhammad claims that his master, Wallace Farad Muhammad, is himself. He said this, as much as Elijah Muhammad recognized W.D. Farad as being Allah, God, which means God, and claims that Farad is the source of all of his teachings. Think about that. Remember, they don't drink, they don't smoke. All that comes from Wallace. Everything that he's been taught came from this white man. Remember, Elijah Muhammad is an errand boy. He's a messenger. That's all he does. Everything that he taught came from this white guy. All those books, The Fall of America, How to Eat Once a Day, and all that other nonsense came as an Arab tradition. It's not an African tradition. I don't know any Africans that I know eat once a day. That's bull. That's one thing I noticed. That's one thing about Marcus Garvey. You never heard Marcus Garvey had a book telling you how to eat, how to sleep. There's no books of that. It's unrealistic. Hell, even Dr. King was a heavy smoker. As I hear a lot of these people, they talk bad about Dr. King, but they never mention about his smoking habits. They never said, "Oh man, how you gonna be a Christian and you smoke a pack a day?" Nobody mentioned that. You're supposed to be a Christian, but you define your body with cigarettes. Nobody talks about his cigarette habits. But Dr. King was a chain. I don't know if he was a chain smoker, but he smoked cigarettes. So I want people to understand that let me put this closely. People to see what I'm talking about. So Elijah Muhammad worshiped this dude. He worshiped this white man. He said, as much as Elijah Muhammad recognized W.D. Farad as being Allah, as being God, he called this white man a god. And he claims that that Farad is the source of all, see the word all, is all of his teachings. Okay? Even in the FBI records, right? Let's blow that up. They said, according to the speeches and writings of Elijah Muhammad, the national leader of the NOI, Allah, you see that? Allah came to Detroit, Michigan, from Mecca in 1930 in the person of one W.D. Farad, who taught him Muhammad for 3 years. So for 3 years, he's been under this white man and been taught Islam. From 1930 to 1933, at which time he asked to leave Detroit by the Detroit Police Department. He said Farad taught him also Islam until 1934, which time he disappeared. So all of a sudden, this guy just vanished out of the clear blue. No one knows where he at. They said nothing has been heard from them since that time. And then of course Elijah Muhammad said he went to Mecca. I mean, come on. Let's get serious. Come on. And again, this is Elijah Muhammad's house. And according to the documentary, he said that this house was abandoned. This house was abandoned. And Elijah Muhammad and his brother, I guess purchased the property and fixed the house up to look brand new again. I don't know. Because by that time, Elijah Muhammad was making a lot of money. Okay, he was a rich man at that time. So I don't know about that. But that's Elijah Muhammad's mansion. That's his mansion. Now, I was kind of curious of his neighborhood. Was it an all black neighborhood? And his neighborhood where he was living at was diverse. He was living in a diverse neighborhood. Okay? Where he had white people, was living around white people, black people, yellow people. So he said it was diverse. Now, if you look at Marcus Garvey didn't live in a diverse neighborhood. He lived among black people, all black people. Remember, he lived in Harlem, 132nd Street. 132nd Street in Harlem, in a brownstone. Every black person lived in a brownstone, including him. So you had the mental patient sucker. He said, Marcus Garvey had fancy cars and gave his women fur coats. That's not true. That's not true. Marcus Garvey lived just like everybody else lived. He lived decent. He lived modest, just like Malcolm, just like Dr. King. They didn't live among their means. They didn't try to outdo the people that they fighting for. They never did that. So Elijah Muhammad, he wasn't for the people. Matter of fact, he didn't even live among the people. He lived among everybody. White, black, white, black, yellow, brown people. He didn't live among black people. And like I said, those businesses was only for Muslim people. If you wasn't Muslim, you wasn't gonna get no job in none of his business. Now you could go in and support and pay your money, but that's it. If you bought a house from Elijah Muhammad, you had to be Muslim. So he wasn't for African people. He was not for black people. He was for Muslims. And every time he left, and again, like I said, you saw him, you didn't see, you notice he always go to those Arab countries. He didn't go to Ghana. He didn't go to South Africa. He didn't go to Liberia. He didn't go to Nigeria. So it's crazy how people, they want to say all these main things about Marcus Garvey, but Marcus Garvey lived among the people. He cared about black people. This bastard didn't. He didn't. And not only him, this is Farrakhan's mansion. This is Farrakhan's mansion. Look at his house. Why do you need why you gotta live like that? I don't think that's fair. Look how he live. Hotel KW Don Southern. He says smoking and drinking are not healthy habits. No, they're not healthy habits. You're right, they're not. But that is, I mean, and like I said, that's and like I said, I think we all need to hey, hold up, Stacy. Now I agree. You know, those are not healthy. Those are not healthy at all. And I don't support that. However, that type of teaching didn't come from African people. That came, well, as far as this whole Islam thing, that came from Wallace Fraud Muhammad. And because he did not do that, they have this thing where, well, because he didn't do it, well, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. Like I said, Dr. King was a heavy smoker, but it wasn't what he was doing. It was what he was producing and what he was fighting for. That's the thing. And and Dr. King did care about his people. So yes, we all have flaws. We all have flaws. But we got to understand drinking and not smoking doesn't make you righteous either. It doesn't make you righteous. Because we have seen that. We have seen that among these Nation of Islam Negroes, and just because they don't drink and they don't smoke, they're the most nastiest, most disrespectful bastards you could ever meet. And they always think they're better than you because, well, I don't smoke, I don't drink, and they think they're better. They think they're high and mighty, and that's not, no. That don't mean anything. I mean, you should care about your health. Health is wealth. But yeah, you're right, company. That is not good for you. I agree. I'm not a part of that shit either. It's trash. So yeah, it got, yeah. So this is Farrakhan's man. These people are not living among. They're not living among the people. They're not living among the people. Marcus Garvey, Dr. King, Malcolm X did not live like this. They didn't have big mansions. So that tells you right there, like I said, anybody that eats better than you, they cannot, anybody that live better than you, eat better than you, they're not your leader. The leader is always in the grind with you. They fighting with you. They struggling with you. Look at Elijah Muhammad's house. Marcus Garvey didn't live like that. Prove to me. I'll bet anybody. Show me anywhere that Marcus Garvey had a mansion. Marcus Garvey, I can show you that Marcus Garvey lived in a brownstone. I lived in a brownstone. I know a lot of black people lived in a brownstone in Harlem. Something is terribly wrong. We're going to get to that later. So I want people to see how these hypocrites are living. So I remember you had the mental patient. He says, well, the Nation of Islam used to give out free turkeys on Thanksgiving Day. What? Are you serious? They used to give out free turkeys? So what you're telling me that not only that these people were practicing paganism according to your standards, but they're hypocrites at the same time. But when I celebrate Christmas or Thanksgiving, oh, you're a hypocrite. You know. And wait a minute. Our people out here starving and everything. Like I said, I don't have a problem with that. That's what they should do. I don't have a problem with that. But don't criticize people when they celebrate certain things. You can't do that. You can't do that. Don't criticize things. Don't criticize other people. But when it's okay for you to do it, you're going to make an exception. I don't have a problem with Nation of Islam giving out free turkeys to the unfortunate. That's what they should do. That's what they should do. They got the money for it. Marcus Garvey had a food line for the people. Okay, so I don't have a problem with that. But these are the same people. Oh, you practice the white man holiday and all that, which I was kind of shocking when the mental patient said that. I was really shocked. I want to address something else too. That Stacy had mentioned Bozo Muhammad. And I remember doing a debate with him. And I remember doing a debate with Bozo Muhammad. And I submitted I tagged Emil to check it out. I wanted him to check the video out. I don't know if he's seen it or not. It got over 1,000 views. And I basically destroyed him. So after I did that debate with him, I noticed young Pharaoh and Seti started going after the Nation of Islam too as well. And it wasn't just young Pharaoh and Seti. It was Brother Polite. He debated Ali Muhammad. It was Shaka Amos. It was Brother Jabari. Every Pan-African had challenged the Nation of Islam because technically we were sick and tired of them. We got fed up with the Nation of Islam. We got fed up how they did Malcolm. We got fed up. We still fed up. And I remember Bozo Muhammad, when he heard about that, he did a video in his car and he was screaming and yelling and ranting like a girl. Oh, we're gonna deal with you, young Pharaoh, and all. We're gonna deal with them, and we're gonna do that. I'm like, damn. Like he really got, but he was already pissed off of the debate that he had with me. But I was really surprised that young Pharaoh had did a video talking against the Nation of Islam. Then Cyrus said it. Then it was like a pattern. I remember that. I remember that. And they also, and then the turf-faced mental patient had Bozo Muhammad on the panel. They was talking about the debate. And they were saying that the mental patient was asking Bozo Muhammad, well, what do you think about young Pharaoh and other? So the Bozo Muhammad turns around and says, I think it was a misunderstanding. I believe he said the mental patient asked Bozo, do you think it was do you think what they're saying is true, or was it a misconception, a misunderstanding? That was the question. So Bozo Muhammad said, well, it was definitely a misunderstanding, and it was also treasonous. He thinks young Pharaoh and Seti, what they did was treasonous. Now, I'm sitting there and I'm watching the footage. I even had to fast forward it to see if they was going to show anything, screen share their work, to show that what young Pharaoh and General Seti was what they was talking about was a misunderstanding and treasonous. Neither one of them showed one thing. They were just what they call it nigger babbling. That's what they was doing, just straight up nigger babbling. They didn't show anything. You supposed to show your work. You said, okay, they committed treason. Why? Show how what they was doing was treasonous. Show the people what they was talking about was a misunderstanding, instead of getting on YouTube and just running your mouth. And this is what he did. This is what Bozo Muhammad did during the debate. He was just running off the mouth. And then he turned the debate from which was supposed to be a historical debate, and he turned it to a religious debate. And you do not do that. I presented all that work, all that evidence, all that historical research, just for him to turn around and throw some God in my face. People get tired of that. So I had done a program a couple of years ago, and the name of the program was The Revenge of Malcolm X. I presented all that evidence, even the murderers, even Thomas Hare, who clearly says that he he was a member of the Nation of Islam in the mosque in Jersey. Clearly said it. He never said that he worked for the government. He never said that he was an agent. He never said anything. He didn't mention agent. He didn't say that he was a informant. He didn't say that. He said, I am a member. And he gave out names. These Negroes, these Muslim Negroes keep saying, oh, that's the FBI, they did it. And they hire people and all that. No, these people were inside. This was an inside job that killed Malcolm X. And they know that, but they just totally ignore that. A 5-hour program. And shout out to Emil. He was very supportive. Very supportive. And Emil got ridiculed for that by Boza Muhammad. He ridiculed him for supporting me. Boza Muhammad shouldn't do that. He ridiculed, which I will play. I won't show the video, but I will play it. Yeah, according to the mental pay, he was sleeping on. Yeah. While Farrakhan living on a hog, the mental patient was sleeping on pickle barrels and eating stale bean pies. But they don't present anything. Now the Boza Muhammad, he turns around and says, well, it was a misunderstanding. And young Pharaoh and General Seti committed treason. Then show it. Prove to me, because they show their work. Show that they committed treason. Show it. They didn't show not one thing. They were just saying it, what they say, nigger babbling. And that's the only thing they can do. Just being fake mad. So I'm going to respond to this video that this happened a few years ago. And you hear Boza Muhammad responding to Aliyah Muhammad. I'm going to address that. I will address it. So let's do it. I'm going to address it. Okay, well, first I want to play this real quick because this is where the mental patient, he totally dissed Boza Muhammad. He totally dissed him. And this was during the whole back and forth with Pan-Africans versus the Nation of Islam with young Pharaoh and Seti. So here's the mental patient. He's in his truck, and this is what he says. I'm going to play that. I'm going to screen share this. I'm just going to play the audio. I'm going to play the audio. Just give me one second. I'm going to screen share this.
setting up his family.
I just want to play that part.
Is really going to be the end, because these people are personality followers. They are following his personality. It's not based in the teachings itself. It's based in his personality. So when he passes, all that's going to fall anyway. So yeah. Nation of Islam, it's a dying animal. But you know, I want to see it. After all they done, what they done to Khalid Muhammad, what they done to Malcolm X, what they done to me, what they done to so many brothers and sisters who were sincere, thought that we was really trying to do something for our people, deceived, and they know it. So for a few people to get rich off my blood, sweat, and tears, it's a dying animal. I want to see it die. I want to see it fall. And all of us should want to see something that is talking about detrimental. This Nation of Islam is detrimental. They don't give a damn about you, Christian. They don't care nothing about you, agnostic or atheist. The Nation of Islam only cares about themselves. Matter of fact, just like General said and young Pharaoh said, Louis Farrakhan don't care nothing about the Nation of Islam. The only thing Farrakhan cares about is setting up his family so they don't never have to work again in their life after he's gone. He does not care anything about this Nation of Islam. He don't care nothing about it. Y'all think he do, but he don't. The only one who has ever benefited out of the whole 40 years Farrakhan has been working is his family, and Elijah Muhammad's supposed to be his son and his little clique. My family, and if we wasn't blind followers,
I want to hear what he said. He says,
General said it. The same way that you knock down the Nation of Islam,
see the Buffalo. Hate that.
way that you expose the Moors and some other folks, unfortunately, your turn, because they comedic, those teachings, the things that y'all talk about, that's not, that's not what it's cracked up to be.
Let me go back a little bit.
Man, these brothers, oh man.
Here we go.
I would rather have Seti and young Pharaoh on my side. I would not want them against me, because they gonna dig on you. They gonna bring it. So Brother Ben, Nation of Islam, you guys, you have the supreme wisdom. Allah, God is on your side. It should be to set up a debate, and you guys defend yourself against the charges by the prosecutors, young Pharaoh and Seti. Man, I would even pay to see. I would pay per view.
Wow.
I want to see how the Nation of Islam is going to respond to the heat that these brothers got. I know. Yeah, the Nation of Islam is near death. Who cares about a dying animal? I want to see the dying animal squirm, because it should have been, the Nation of Islam should have died when they killed Malcolm X. It should have died. I don't know why people kept supporting the Nation of Islam. You see, they're not no good.
Damn.
They're not no good. They have not done nothing. Louis Farrakhan been doing the work for 40 years. What work do you see? This man probably had over $1 billion in his hands. What exactly, even when Elijah, it's a dying animal. The Nation of Islam, the same thing could be happening.
Let's see if he said it. I'm trying to look for that. Because
I'm not going to tell you how to live your life.
He said something about his boy. So
listening to brother Seti and brother Farah, I like them. I can deal with it, but you know, people. I mean, they are going to be true to themselves. So that's how they are. Be true to yourself. Unfortunately, the information that they have, you know, our children, you know, from 8 to 80, our people should be able to listen to this information. Because General Seti and young Pharaoh have some real, oh man. That's why I'm making this video. I'm listening to this. They are boom, boom, boom. I want to see the Nation of Islam. I want Maurice Muhammad always talking about, I got to defend my minister. I got to defend my minister. You can't do nothing with me. Let alone.
Oh, you heard it, right? You heard her. He dissed her, right?
I'm making this video. I'm listening to this. They are boom, boom, boom. I want to see the Nation of Islam. I want Maurice Muhammad always talking about, I got to defend my minister. I got to defend my minister. You can't do nothing with me. Let alone what these brothers gonna put on you. Woo, man.
So I want to just play that part. So he even dissed his boy. He even dissed Bozo Muhammad. He even dissed Bozo Muhammad. So I'm going to address this. I got a couple of more slides to do. I'm going to address this comment that Bozo Muhammad did a years ago. I never got a chance to address it, but I'm going to address it. Let me see where let's see if I can find it. All right, so let's listen to Bozo Muhammad because he brought my name up, and I'll address it. I don't know if y'all can hear it, but let's listen to him.
To change. And so we have a lot of brothers and sisters that's very comfortable. And in that comfortability, they go back to sleep and thinking somebody else gonna do what you're supposed to do. And that's where we fail. And so, you know, I will do a program, you know, or for rebuttal and showing some of the things that we talked about today to Sister Mandy. And I would not mind any of them. I'll debate any of them, but it won't be on that platform because there's no discipline, there's no order, there's no structure. I won't be on that platform. But if they're bold enough to come to mine or come to yours or you know any platform to have us, as long as it's structured and there's order and there's discipline, I'll be there. Because the ignorance, the pure ignorance that they were speaking last night was just over the top. Really over the top. You get a 501c3, the government ain't giving you money. They're not writing you no check and sending you no money. You get your little tax ID.
I wanted to address this real quick. This happened a couple of years ago. I think it was in 2021, I believe. Sister Nandy, shout out to Sister Nandy. She aired this dude out. She aired his ass out. So that's why he's pissed off at that. And he's going to attack the mental patient ex-wife, Aaliyah Muhammad. And he calls her a whore. And I'm going to address that too. So let's listen to what he says. Because remember, he's a Muslim. He's a Muslim. These are Muslims. And you hear the mental patient, he's co-signing this. He's co-signing it. So let's do it. Let's hear him.
That you ain't got to pay taxes when you go to the store. People want to donate to you, then they can use that donation as a tax write-off. But the government is not, okay, you're a 501c3, let me send you a check. And it don't work that way. If you want some money, if the government have programs and you can write you a little thing to apply for a grant, then maybe you get it. Maybe you won't. But it ain't no automatic where they're going to send you some money because you're a 501c3. It don't work that way.
No, it don't.
It don't work that way. But her ignorance, her lack of knowledge, if she would have just understood what a 501c3 is, then she wouldn't make ignorant statements like that. But she's comfortable being ignorant. And the people on her panel last night was comfortable in their collective ignorance and their collective backing each other up over bullshit. That's all that it is. But when it comes down where the rubber meets the road, and one of the niggas had the nerve to say that your ex is some kind of expert. She's an expert on the Nation of Islam. Right. How in the world can that dumb whore be an expert on the Nation of Islam? And yes, I called her a dumb whore because that's exactly what she is. She went out, she loved the messenger. She loved the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. That's what she say. But yet she'll take her whore ass over there to God in Hollywood and be with him while he's saying your messenger a pedophile. But you love the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. You a whore. You's a whore. You will lay down with anybody so you can open your trap and spread your lies. You's a fucking
right.
whore.
Did y'all hear that? You how disgusting this this garbage is. I'm not going to address that. First of all, for one thing, wow, like you really, he calls a black woman that he claimed that he loves black women a whore. Ain't that something? And he's a Muslim attacking another Muslim. You see how they are? But they're supposed to protect the black woman. Now, I never derailed on what I said. I said Elijah Muhammad was a pedophile. Elijah Muhammad never came out in public and never said Malcolm was lying on me. Show me any video that Elijah Muhammad came out and says, no, Malcolm X is lying. I don't sleep with young girls. I never slept with a girl. I never slept with my secretaries. And then you have Farrakhan try to stage a 1993 video where 3 women came out. If I'm not mistaken, didn't Elijah Muhammad impregnated 9 girls? So what happened to the rest of the women that what happened to the rest of the so-called wives? Elijah Muhammad never said he had wives. Claire Muhammad she wasn't playing that. And then that would go against his teachings. Maybe the teachings is you cannot fornicate. You cannot commit adultery. Am I right or wrong? Ain't that one of the teachings that he put down? So why is it okay for him to do that? But that's how the nation, that's how these Negroes are. It's okay to go out there and mess with white women and white men or whatever, but you can't do that. You can't do that. It's okay for them to celebrate white holidays, but you can't do that. They will persecute you for doing, and they get behind closed doors and they justify it. Well, the Quran said this, but the Bible said this, said that. They were justified through that evil-ass book. He called Aaliyah Muhammad a pedophile. Now, Aaliyah Muhammad wanted to come on my panel to talk about Elijah Muhammad on my platform. That's a no-no. I don't condone pedophilia on my platform. I don't condone pedophiles on my platform. I don't condone that. You're not going to teach no pedophiles on my platform. And I don't give a damn. And like I said, I think is wrong. This man is up in age. And like I said, some of those girls in there, they ain't right either. The girls, I don't care if she's 16, 17 years old. They're not right either because they could have said, no, I don't feel comfortable. I don't care what Elijah Muhammad promised them. And then after he got what he wanted out of him, he ousted them. But she's a whore. Aaliyah Muhammad is a whore because she supports me. That's my thing. I don't give a damn about no Elijah Muhammad. Don't get me wrong. I think he started out very genuine. But then when he started making money, the political part is out the window. I'm making money now. I gotta save my money. I'm being rich. I'm drinking out of a gold cup. I got a gold sofa. It's all about money. The political part was out. He didn't want to fight against the police no more. Malcolm said, no, we need political and economic power. We can't keep getting lynched. They said when I saw that documentary with Elijah Muhammad, they said the lynching of black people was like almost every day. It was a lynching. Why would you want to stop fighting? You making money now and you're going to stop fighting? I think that's selfish. You live in a big house. Him and Farrakhan get to eat a feast every night, every day. But I can't eat a feast. I can't have a nice feast for Thanksgiving. I can't go to my family and friends' house for Thanksgiving. I can't get a feast. I got to starve because some stupid ass Muslim saying it's the white man's religion. I can't get a nice turkey and get my yams and all. I can't eat that. I can't get a feast once or twice a year. I can't get that. But Farrakhan can get a feast every day. You saw his mansion. You know he's eating. Elijah Muhammad, you know these cats are getting fat while they watch their people starve. Marcus Garvey did not do that. He starved with the people. And not once Elijah Muhammad never said, he never thanked Marcus Garvey. He never thanked Marcus Garvey. Because Marcus Garvey was the first one that cleaned up the black man, black woman. After he did that, Marcus Garvey said, okay, the next step is we need to connect with Mother Africa so we can do trades and stuff, and we could be more self-efficient. Instead of buying from the Asians and the Europeans, let's buy from our own people. Since Africa is the richest continent in the world, so why not go over there and get products from there and come and bring it over here? And let us be self-efficient. Everything Elijah Muhammad was getting, any product he was getting, it was coming from white folks. It was coming from white folks. The cars that he was driving was coming from white folks. If he had a grocery store where he was getting the food from white folks. So that's the difference. Marcus Garvey lived in Harlem just like I lived on. He lived on 132nd Street. You can look it up. Look it up. On 132nd Street in Harlem, in a brownstone. Every black person lived in a brownstone at that time. There was no big houses. You didn't see Marcus Garvey in no big mansion house. But as you can see, Bozo Muhammad committed treason. Now, as far as I'm concerned, I never heard Elijah Muhammad calling a black woman a whore. He might have treated them like a whore, but he never said it publicly. And why would you, and the mental patient, why would you co-sign that? Why would a mental patient co-sign that? Why you didn't say, hey brother, we're not gonna, I know she's terrible, but let's be better than that. As Muslims. Because she came to my platform and supported her brother, she's a whore. You calling a woman who could be to be your grandmother. You calling a woman to look like to be your grandmother. The woman, Aliyah Muhammad, is in her 70s. A woman could be her grandmother, and you calling this woman a whore. If that's not treasonous, I don't know what is. I don't know what is. That's crazy to me. But this is what he says. This is how they think. This is how he thinks about black women. This is how he thinks about black women. Unbelievable. Jamal, the righteous said Marcus Garvey was 10 times the man Farrakhan is. Yes, facts. And shout out to Jamal. Thank you for coming through. Appreciate you. Yep. And Elijah. Yep. But I never changed my views about Elijah Muhammad. I always say he was a pedophile. I said that in the debate that I had with Bozo Muhammad. I said, your boy's a pedophile. He never did, and Elijah Muhammad never denied it. He never denied it. He never said, look, man, I don't know what Malcolm X is talking about. I've never been with no young girls. That guy's lying. And the question I asked Bozo Muhammad, then if that was the case, then why did Elijah Muhammad sue Malcolm for defamation? Can anybody ask me that? If that wasn't true, then why didn't Elijah Muhammad take Malcolm to court for defamation? Because that's serious charges. That's serious charges. That's serious. Somebody calling you that? Somebody saying that you messing with underage girls? Because that's what Malcolm said. So we already know when you mess with underage girls we already know that's pedophile. That's pedophilia. Malcolm didn't have to say it. He said underage girls. So my question I asked Bozo Muhammad, then why did Farrakhan didn't take Malcolm X to court for defamation? Because it was true. And even he told Malcolm, my job was to plant my seed in fertile soil. Because his whole thing was, and he told Malcolm, the prophecy is I got to be like Prophet Muhammad. And it was one of Elijah Muhammad's sons that told Malcolm, that reported that Malcolm didn't know anything about that. It was Elijah Muhammad's sons that told Malcolm, look, my father out there, he's getting these girls pregnant. He's getting these girls pregnant. And Malcolm didn't want to say, he said, well, that's none of my business. I let them deal with it. I'm going to do my thing. But no, that wasn't good enough. Elijah Muhammad said, no, that house that I got you, that you earned, you got to get out. You got to get out of there. I want you to be out of the house that I gave you, that you earned. So that's what Malcolm has said when he did that blew up his spot. Anybody would have done that. Any man would have done that. Anybody would have done that. You put me out of my house. My baby's on the street. And I earned that house. He said, I earned that house. I worked for you for 12 years. I built the nation for you for 12 years. And these people, what I don't understand, these people say they love God. These are righteous. They're supposed to be righteous people. But you're going to throw a man out and his baby's out in the street? Even Marcus said, he said, never mind me. You get mad at me all you want. But damn, you're going to hurt my kids too. And that's what my heart is at too. When I seen that, I hated Elijah Muhammad, and I still do. I don't like him because when you mess with children, and you put children's lives in danger by putting them on the street, I have no fucking respect for you. And that's why black people just was burning mosques, all his mosques down, just burning them down. And you heard the mental patient, and I agree with the mental patient. He said the Nation of Islam should have died when Malcolm got killed, when they murdered Malcolm. So I never derailed about Elijah Muhammad. I still think he's a pedophile. And I don't care if Aaliyah Muhammad gets upset. If she believes that she wants to believe that Elijah Muhammad is this great, wonderful guy, that's her business. That has nothing to do with me. That has nothing to do with me. I still love her as my sister, but I don't have to respect. You have people that disrespect Marcus Garvey for no apparent reason. And I'm not saying Marcus Garvey wasn't, he was perfect. Marcus Garvey wasn't perfect. Malcolm, and neither they was perfect, but they were young. Marcus Garvey was in his 30s. And the FBI did not like what he was doing. He was getting black people on board. He said, okay, now I cleaned you up. Let's go to the next phase. Not the Nation of Islam. They want to continue cleaning the black man up. How long are you going to keep cleaning them up? How long are you going to keep doing that? Now Marcus Garvey said, now we're going to have our own flag that represent our motherland. Every other people got their own flag, represent where they come from. We're going to have our own flag. Marcus Garvey was all about us being a nation of people, being proud of saying that we're African people. Because the white people, their thing was to dehumanize you. Marcus Garvey knew that. Marcus Garvey was self-taught. Ain't no white man taught him nothing. Marcus Garvey taught himself. He went in those books. Learn about ancient Kemet. That's why that man was so powerful. So just think about it. Here's a man that came from Jamaica, the most revolutionary islands, Jamaica and Haiti, when they fought against the British, when they fought against the French. Demolished them. African people. And then here's black people saying, hey, now I'm going to show you how to do things. I'm going to show you to have pride in yourself. And you got some jealous Negroes, some jealous FBAs, W.E.B. Du Bois and all these and Elijah Muhammad, all these jealous fanatics. They was jealous. But they take the ideas from Marcus Garvey and they make it into a religion. Marcus Garvey was a Christian man, but his movement wasn't a religion, was on religious base. It wasn't religious based. I want to show you one thing. I want to show you one more, and I'm going to end this live. I want to say thank you for everybody that's coming up. Just hit that like button. Hit that like button. If you haven't subscribed, subscribe. But you heard him. But I'll never, like I said, you can say what you want, but I never heard Elijah Muhammad calling another black woman a whore. He might have treated like them a whore, but he never called them, he never made it public and say, oh, you're a whore. Let me see if I still have this up here. Let me see else what he says. But you know, it's so funny. He calling somebody else a whore. But my man, who platform you was on? You on a mental patient platform. He's on a mental patient platform. The mental patient don't like him. They don't like him. They don't like each other. So you're the whore too. You want to call somebody a whore, but you on somebody else's platform calling somebody else a whore. But you jump on a platform to platform talking about somebody. And remind you, he had COVID at that time for 2 months. Why are you having COVID for that long like that? 2 months is a long time. That means you're not taking care of yourself. That means you're not going to the doctor. That means you're not you're not eating healthy to have COVID for that long. But you want to talk about somebody. You want to run your mouth. This is the same dude can't even keep a woman. He can't even keep a woman. Every time he meets a woman, he quit his job. She has to pay for everything. And I never saw, and that's another thing too. The last chick I saw Bozo Muhammad, I went to Philly and I met his so-called wife. I noticed I haven't seen one wedding picture of his wife. You don't ever see no wedding pictures of none of the women that he ever been with. But you can have bastard children by them. You can have children out of wedlock. But you won't marry the woman that you're with. But then you want to call a woman because you're sleeping with her, you want to say she's your wife. That's not how it works. But that's how he's learning from Elijah Muhammad. Elijah Muhammad would have sex with those girls, and they the one who's saying, oh, those are his wives. That's not how it works. Because if those were his wives, why would you keep it a secret? If those were your wives, why would you keep it a secret? It should be a ceremony. One thing about marriage, it has to be recognized to the public. But you got them pregnant and then you oust them. And then you made it seem that they was messing around. And then you have Farrakhan, he get this acting charade, make it seem, put out 3 women. Oh, these are his wives. The man is dead and gone. And you lying on this man like this. You lying on this man. Elijah Muhammad committed adultery. He committed fornication. And he created bastard children. Plain and simple. Plain and simple. And I would say, just like Emil said, the dishonorable Elijah Muhammad, because he was very dishonorable. He betrayed Malcolm. He betrayed Malcolm. And then Farrakhan, he does the same thing, but betraying Khalid Muhammad. I'm disgusted. I'm disgusted. Here, email said, he said, one time Maurice added me on a group chat along with several other people asking for money because his wife kicked him out the house and was calling the cops on him. He needed a place to stay. Yeah, Brother Bakari, shout out to Brother Bakari, King Bakari. Brother Bakari had sent him some money. He had called Brother Bakari. He know not to call me, because at the time me and Maurice was cool at the time. He knows not to call me. It was Elijah Poole. His last name was Poole. P-O-L-L-P-O double O. No, I'm sorry, P-O-O-L-E. Poole. Elijah Poole. Yeah. Typical baby daddy. Facts. Jamal says sounds like a weirdo. Facts. Yes. Let me see. Just reading your comments, just putting your comments out. I don't want to ignore y'all. Email said that was sketchy, but I kept giving Maurice the benefit of doubt because I still thought he was a good person. Email, I'm going to play you what I've heard on that panel. And I'm going to be honest with you, I was disgusted of what they did to you. I was really disgusted. So I'm gonna screen share this because I'm through with this one. I'm gonna screen share this real quick, and I'm gonna play you the live video. Argon said many ministers and religious leaders are human and need pleasure, and sometimes they give in. Yeah, but they signed the contract. I hear what you're saying, but they signed the oath. They signed an oath. But this is what I don't like. I don't like these Muslims telling me what I'm doing is wrong. I love my bacon and eggs. I love my bacon and eggs. I eat pork chops. Now I don't eat pork every day, but it's like moderate. Everything is moderation. I eat bacon once a week. I eat pork chops maybe once in a blue moon, but I do eat it. Do I smoke cigarettes? No, I don't smoke cigarettes. Because it's not about, it's all about, because first of all, I don't smoke it because I ain't trying to get no lung cancer, and I know it's bad for you. It's just disgusting. Yeah, Elijah Poole, yep. Yeah, Stacy said he's another Muslim hypocrite. Yep. Yeah, my bacon is not pork. I usually get the beef one. I don't eat that. I think the only pork I eat is pork chops. That's it. And I'm not going to sit there and lie and say I don't eat pork. So I do, but yeah, that's just me. Yep. 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 This man, I remember he used to date, he did it to two women that I know. He purposely quit his job and they had to pay for everything. And the women just got tired of it. Put them in serious debt. But that's pathetic. I think that's pathetic when you got to ask, when you got to beg another man for money because you got kicked out of your own house. I think that's very pathetic. He knows not to call me because I wasn't going to give him shit. Email said there are guys who say women like guys who smoke and drink and have tattoos or weirdo men. So let me screen share this real quick. All right, so email, I'm gonna represent you right now. I'm gonna represent you my client. I'm your lawyer. I'm gonna represent you. I'm gonna represent you, email. Here we go. Okay. Let me screen share this. This was interesting. So I saw this part in Bozo Muhammad's video. As you can see this that shit face with the glasses on top. Email, he's at the bottom, he's Filipino. And then you had the psycho chick at the bottom, call herself something Mayat, whatever her damn name is. She ain't no Mayat. She ain't no Mayat. Because how you going to talk about, how you going to diss Africa, which I'm going to play, and then she's going to turn around and say, then you're going to call yourself Mayat. Mayat is a female, it's an African deity, a female African deity, represent balance. She didn't show no balance. She didn't show anything that she represent Mayat. So in this photo, let me see something. Oh, I messed up. I want to blow this up real quick. So it was highlighted, and I think this is quoting, if this is coming from the book called The Fall of America, which to me, because Elijah Muhammad made 3 books that I know of. This is his second book. Basically, the book doesn't really say anything. It's basically you might well just, it's almost like reading the Quran. It's a fairy tale book, but it's highlighted. He said the people of Japan who are the brown. This is Elijah Muhammad saying. It just shows you how delusional this piece of shit is. He said the people of Japan who are the brown and half brother of the black man. That's not true. That's not true. The brown race and the yellow race are the half brother of the black man. You see the nonsense. You see the nonsense. So we're reaching out to other races of people that don't. We are brothers and sisters to other races of people that don't give a damn about us. But when it comes down to our own people in the continent of Africa, or they're on their own. We're not. That's not our brother. Those are not our people. There's someone else. Remember, this is something that he learned from a white man. This is something that he learned from a white man. He said, Elijah Muhammad said, the people of Japan who are the brown, they're not brown. People in Japan are not brown people. They're yellow people. And they have brother of the black man. He said a half brother of the black man. So I guess it's a question mark. Then he turns around and says the brown race and the yellow race are the half brother of the black man. So I want to play you. I'm going to play you what this sucker has said. Let me just play you this video. I'm not going to show it, but I'm going to play it. Let me screen share this real quick.
Us.
All right, here we go.
Over there, those original people over there, didn't you come from that?
So he's telling. So this bozo is telling Email that he's really a black. He's really has some black in him, or he's part African or something, or he's really an African man. I don't know what he's trying to say, but basically he's trying to say that Emil is half black, so to speak. I don't know, because that's what he's trying to push. Because one thing about the Nation of Islam, they think they're Asiatic people. They think they come from Asia. Their whole thing is around Asia. This is the reason why the mental patient thinks he's Bruce Lee. He says ancestor. He says ancestors. Bruce Lee was his ancestor. He always quote things from Bruce Lee. So they had so again, this is another form of self-hate. Emil is saying, no, I'm not African. I'm not black. If anything, I'm a yellow guy from the Philippines. Like he said, I'm a Caucasoid or whatever. I believe he's going to say it. He's going to speak for himself. But he was letting them know, look, I have no black in me. I'm not black. Stop pushing that. In other words, stop pushing that stuff on me. Like everybody's not black. But when you're dealing with these fake pro-black Negroes like Bozo Muhammad, everybody's black and everybody's your friend, except the black people from Africa. Those they on their own, and you'll hear it. And I'm paraphrasing.
I don't know how other else to put this, Maurice, because I could play this like a broken record. I got straight hair and lighter skin complexion. And the original people of the Philippines who are Africans and other true human beings possesses qualities that, make them the true humans that they are, such as melanin and, either being bald-headed or having afro hair. Stuff that makes African people the true human beings that they are. That's like murky waters. That's like murky waters for me to get into, honestly.
I mean, it's not murky waters because it's a simple, direct question. Are you from them? Either that you are or you're not.
Now that I think about it, probably so, because you mentioned about the process of grafting, right?
Exactly.
Probably what happened was those ancient Africans in the Philippines intermarried and laid with Mongoloid Asians who also came to that area much later in time. Does that make sense?
Look, and I think some things we just have to agree, and we can show pictures if you need to re-see the pictures again. The point is this: the original people of this planet are black people. Period. Point. There's no way that any other people know whether you're Asian, white, whatever color you are, you did not get here.
Or prototypes
through us. It's just that you did not get here without coming from us. Period. That is the actual fact. Now, family, I'm gonna go back again. We're all in Africa. We're all in Africa doing our thing. We got family members that go over here. We got family members that go over there. We got family members that go over here. So we got family members dispersed now to every part of the globe, right? Every part of the globe, there's black people inhabiting these different lands, dealing in these different lands, different climates, they make their own culture depending upon where they are, what's what. Now, those that stayed here on the continent and still doing what they do, then, their brother. And then the one over here may not be the same actual brother as the two here, but they're my stepbrother. We're not 100%. Okay, a better example. Us here in America and the blacks that's still over in Africa. Those blacks that's over in Africa, they're not my blood brother. The blacks here in America that came from our ancestors' slaves right here, or the ones that, say that they've been here, and we share that this is my brother, this is my brother. Over there, this is my stepbrother. My brother over here, we share the same culture. We come from the same experiences. We share some of the same behavior. But them over there, we're brothers, but we're not that close-knit brothers. Them over there that share the same culture, share the same this, share the same that, those over there are close-knit brothers. You understand what I'm saying? That's
the most dumbest shit I heard in my damn life. That's the most dumbest shit. Did you hear this nonsense? With those black people over there, those are my stepbrothers, and we not. There's black people there's black folks in different states don't operate the same. People from New York black people from New York don't operate like black people in California. If I go to down south right now, it's going to be a different subculture. Not every black person are the same, even in the United States. There's a New York swag, right? You go to New York, we walk differently, we talk differently. You go to California, black people talk differently, walk differently. You go to down south, Midwest, it's the same thing. What are you talking about? So if I met a brother from the continent, it's going to be the same thing. Like, okay, you different language, you know what I'm saying? It's the same thing, but at the same time, that's still my peoples. There's a lot of Africans in Colombia that looks like black people in the United States. A lot of black people don't know that. And they speak Spanish. I know I work with a brother, cool brother. He speaks fluent Spanish. But when you look at him, if you have this American pro FBA mindset, you would think, oh, he speak English. No, he said his family, he said his mother and father, black parents, African parents, was brought over. Of course, his ancestors was shipped over in South America. We were shipped, of course, they split us up. Some of us went to North America, some went to the islands, some went to South America. You know what I'm saying? So Africans went to South America. So yeah, you're gonna have a large amount of black people in Colombia. And there's racism over there too. They all go through it. They're all going through it. Everywhere you go, there's racism. Those white Colombians don't like black Colombians over there. What is he talking about? That's the most dumbest shit. But again, he's trying to trick. He tried to trick our brother Emil. Like he tried to trick him. Like that's a trick. Because he's trying to be friends with a race of people that don't like him. And even Emil was saying, look, these Asians don't like you like that. They don't like you like that. Let's continue.
So the way I interpret this, you're saying that the black Africans would be somewhat your first cousins, and then everybody else your second cousins.
I mean, you can put it first, second cousins. You can do it like that. But there's
that's the way I interpret it.
There's still that family relationships, right? Even though they're over there and we're over here, our culture is different. Their culture is different, but we're still family. Okay, we're still family. When you
go ahead.
When you come into the mindset,
you can tell Emel's getting frustrated. Right? He's getting frustrated.
When you come into,
and I don't blame Emel. It is very frustrating because even when I debate him, this is the type of crap that he would say. The man don't know. The man is not a historian. The man is he's a number one. He's a bum. He's a bum. That's number one. The man is a dummy. He don't know what he's talking about. He hasn't share screened anything of his information. He's going by some book that was written by Elijah Muhammad, who got his information from a white man, from an Arab. So he didn't show Emel anything. Like you got to prove. Like now you're talking about. Now you get into science and all that. You got to show this stuff. You got to make. He's not showing Emel anything. So you can tell Emel is getting more confused. He's getting frustrated, and I trust me. I feel him. I feel him right now. Like it is frustrating. Listen to some pseudoscience piece of shit.
The mindset. This is where you're going to definitely make differences, right? When you're dealing with the enemy, when we're talking about white folks, and we say,
Emel said, "You heard it from his mouth. He doesn't consider Africans his brothers, even though he is half African." Yes. But yeah. Boza Muhammad don't think he's African. He don't think he's African. He think he's Asian, and that's the bottom line. He think he's Asian. That's the reason why he's saying all this rhetoric.
Say the white folks is the devil, the way that because of their nature, the way that they are, the way that they think. You can have black people who think just like the enemy thinks, right? And we don't consider them to be us. We consider them to be coons or Sambos, this, that, or the other, because of the mind. Because of the mindset that they possess is not the mindset of black people. It is the mindset of white folks. You understand?
So you're saying there could be, like as the saying goes, good and bad people in every race.
I'm not
because
saying
we still have to point out the fact that these crackers are violent and oppressive by nature. That's just who they are.
And I never said anything different.
Okay.
I didn't say anything different.
Okay.
Now, as we all do know, not every white person is living up to their true nature.
Hey, Ray Maurice, you're breaking up. It's there's a static.
Can y'all hear me clearly? Am I breaking up? Okay.
You froze there for a second.
Because Maya saying that she hears me clear.
Does she also hear you clear too? Because you were fucking up.
Yeah, she hears me clear, so it may be on your end. It may be something on your end.
I was gonna say I've actually heard of a few instances of white people putting their life on the line for black people during the plantation era.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. But
Very few instances. Very few instances.
There's nobody, because you said rare, and the acts of John Brown to me is rare. I don't know no other white person that has done what John Brown.
Let me say this about John Brown. John Brown was a racist. John Brown was a racist. He had a personal motive because he lost money. He lost money. Shout out to Brother Forecast. He had really broke that down about John Brown. John Brown did not give a damn about no black people. He used black people because he figured black people was mad at white folks, and he used them. That's all he did. John Brown lost money, and he was mad at the United States government. That's the bottom line. And he not only he risked his life, but he got both his sons killed and everything. So yeah, that John Brown, I don't even know why he's making him a hero. That's crazy to me. That's insane.
Has done. That's rare. When you look at one of the what Mayat showed us last night of the cracker girl who got killed.
I want to skip this. I want to
Going back at the video. You guys were,
but they're in a bucket with 10,000 others.
I see something.
Right? So I don't say that's why I'm pointing out that John Brown was rare. That one was rare.
Okay.
Those that are what I would call sympathetic to black people, I think you find that a dime a dozen.
Put a question in the chat that we did not respond to. Let me help you understand something. We are not doing this book study to concentrate on you. You could type in 1,000 questions and we may not answer. So understand that. We don't owe you anything. And it's a blessing that you're able to listen to the study, because we have conversations in private like this all the time. So us having this study is not subject to you asking us a question and having to answer. We don't do this for you. Okay? That's number one. And then you also, so my question to Maurice Muhammad, I would like for you to clear up is, why did Elijah Muhammad refer to them as half brother? Because if you said it, it went over my head. He said, how many lives did the black man lose in the Pacific while helping the white man to conquer the people of Japan, who are the brown half brother of the black man? The brown race and the yellow race are the half brother. So what was going on in that time period for Elijah Muhammad to extend?
Man, this is the Mayat slut bucket. You know what I'm saying? This is her talking, her crap. And I'm gonna have her listen to what she talked against Africa and talking about how make this misconception about Africa. But listen to her nonsense.
A grace and mercy and respect to our half brothers, and then Emil goes and gets offended by it. So why did he call them half brothers?
Right. So we talked about the DNA issue of them coming from black folks. Second thing, they were out there fighting, actually fighting white supremacy. Japan had attacked America with Pearl Harbor and was standing up to their stuff about being who they were. They understood who the Honorable Elijah Muhammad was. That's why they sent their representatives to come to talk to him, to ask him questions about what it is that he's teaching. Why is it that he's teaching?
That's not true. Where he has not shown that. And again, if I was on that panel, I would say you will have to present that evidence. First of all, for one thing, whatever happened between yellow and white people and their beef, that's between them two. That has nothing to do with us. That has nothing to do with us. And I believe that I believe black people shouldn't have even been in the Vietnam War. We should have stayed out of it. We should have just rather just go to jail. Because a lot of black people came back messed up. The ones that served, they came back messed up. We should never have fought. Even the Vietnamese said, black man, go back, go home. This is not your war. Even the Vietnamese said that. Told the African man, go home. This is not your war. We should have stayed out of that. So whatever beef they had or whatever, that's between the Europeans and the Asians. It has nothing to do with us. But this bozo is trying to make some connection between yellow and black people. That's not happening. There's no connection with that.
What he is teaching. So there was commonality there with the understanding of, look here, this enemy is the same fucking enemy that we fight. We're fighting for the same cause. You want freedom, we want freedom. It is the same fight that the Vietnamese people took up to fight. That's why they beat the French and then beat the Americans. And that's why what Ho Chi Minh was in New York sitting down being taught by Marcus Garvey. So he took what he got from Garvey, took it back to Vietnam and started to raise his people. He started out with 20 Vietnamese. And he was telling them, save the black people. Try not to kill the black people.
That's not true.
You catch black people, let them go. But don't let go to the white ones. Kill the white ones.
I don't recall that. They could have did it, but I don't recall that. I know a lot of black people I'll put it like this. I know a lot of black people died or got wounded really bad during the Vietnam War. Because my thing is like this. If you're trying to, I don't care. If you try to kill me, I'm gonna get you before you get me. Even when I tell you, hey, this is not your war. Like how many times we tell people, like you might have a problem with somebody. I've been in a situation like I have a problem with somebody, then somebody want to take up for that person. And I'll be telling them, look, I don't got no beef with you. I don't got no beef with you. Stay out of this. How many times that happened? How many times we went through that? Somebody want to get involved. We'd be like, no, I don't got no problems with you. Go back where you came from. But that person still want to try you. So now you got a problem with them person. Now you gotta defend yourself between two people now. Even though you might not have a problem with the second person. You know what I'm saying? And that's real. That's real. She said like cockson. Facts. But yeah, that's real. Let me read some of these comments. But this is crazy. Let me play some more.
But let the black ones go. This produced problems in Vietnam because the black soldiers were being let go. They were finding leaflets on the ground that said, same, 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 same. Me and you, we are the same, same. We got the same enemy. Let's kill that cracker. Let's kill that enemy. And it produced more problems within the American fighting sphere because now black people are seeing this yellow man ain't did shit to me, but you've been calling me nigga even before we got here, and you still call me nigga. So the commonality of understanding, we want the same thing, the end of this bastard right here. You'll find that in Japan, you'll find that in Korea, you'll find that in Vietnam, any place where you find Americans fighting the original owners. Even when you go to Saudi Arabia, when the Americans were fighting the Iraqis, the Saudi army will get up, people, and say, this morning we fight the Iraqis. Tomorrow we fight the Americans. Keep constantly saying that and telling black people, you on the wrong side. Because they still treat you bad to this very day. Nonetheless, so do fucking them. So do the Arab. So we have to understand our own purpose first. Because as the messenger said, we have brought freedom to other peoples on this planet, but yet we still don't have it. And that's a big problem. So when you have an understanding and commonality of battle, you're joining forces. I agree. They sent the Honorable Elijah Muhammad to jail because they didn't want him to continue influencing black people not to join the war against Vietnam. They locked him up and sent him to jail. He was way over the age of the draft, but they sent him to jail for it. For 7 years, he was in jail for it.
I think that's also what they did to Muhammad Ali too.
But yeah, they took his belt to jail. He was way on purpose first. Because as the messenger said, we have brought freedom to other peoples on this planet, but yet we still don't have it. And that's a big problem. So when you have an understanding and commonality of battle, you're joining forces. I agree. They sent the Honorable Elijah Muhammad to jail because they didn't want him to continue influencing black people not to join the war against Vietnam. They locked him up and sent him to jail. He was way.
That's not okay. Let me stop you right there. I knew I heard something. First of all, that's a lie. He went to jail because he did not join the army. He was much younger at the time. That's what he went to jail for. He did not go to jail because he said something against Vietnam War or whatever like that. They did not. Dr. King, they didn't do that to Dr. King. That's a lie. Stacey said he just nigga babble. Of course, that's a lie. Now, again, that's what I'm saying. You got people that claim and stuff, and they don't do their homework or what they're joining or what they're affiliated with. That's a lie. Elijah Muhammad went to jail when he was younger because he did not want to participate in the army. They drafted him. He said no. And I believe it was 5 years. I don't think it was 7, but I believe it was 5 years. So I know he went to jail for that. But he did not go to jail because he says something against, or he influenced people. He has to present evidence, and he did not present evidence to Emil. He did not present any evidence. Emil said he accuses their making is that blacks and Asians, I would say Africans, Emil, I would just like, you would say black and yellow people. But let's use the word Africans. Let's really piss the FBAs off by using the word Africans. So he said making blacks and Asians having common enemies. He said that's a bullshit excuse because Asians hate black people. Yes, they do. I agree. We have no black African people globally have no friends. We could be allies to one another. So if I could be allies, I have great friends that's from Haiti. I got great friends from Jamaica. I got great friends from great people from Ghana. I know this beautiful sister. Beautiful sister. She's Nigerian. Very sweet, very beautiful, beautiful dark-skinned chocolate sister. I mean, wife material. And she's Nigerian. Because I said, damn, where you from? You know, I thought she was from Guyana. Because she got that, but I think most of the Africans in Guyana come from Nigerian, because I've seen her look before. It's very I love it. But she's Nigerian. So I meet a lot of black people everywhere globally. These black people don't get out. They don't get out. So when you isolate yourself from the world, you think every black person that you meet is one way, is one thing. That's not true. Every black people in the United States are different. So I don't know what these FBAs are talking about. Me and Tariq Nasheed, we're not the same. We're not the same. We don't have the same values or whatever. We don't have the same thoughts. We don't celebrate the same thing. So that's so I don't know what these FBA Negroes keep talking about. That's a lie.
Way over the age of the draft, but they sent him to jail for it.
That's false.
For 7 years,
That's false.
He was in jail.
False.
I think that's also what they did to Muhammad Ali too, right?
Muhammad Ali was able to bail out, but yeah, they took his belt and everything. They stripped everything from him because he said the Viet Cong ain't never called me. Mm-hmm. My fight is here with you.
Yep.
So there's that understanding of who we are and where the real enemy is and where the fight is. Now, you also touched on in your video Latasha Harlins.
Yes.
And what happened to her. And this is what I'm saying about time and mindset. Now, those Koreans who did that to her, well, that Korean woman that did that to her, but I'm taking it that they all felt the same way. They come to America, and it's not just them, people from the DR, people from Africa. They come to America, and they learn very quickly the word nigger. And they learn how to use it in the same way that white folks use. Not understanding or not even really giving a fuck that the white man don't treat you like you're better than him. Because when you piss that cracker off, he's going to show you exactly what he's about. But because they come and they want to be aligned with white folks, so they see white folks shitting on us, then they going to shit on us just as well. And that's what you see happening. No matter whether it's from a Korean, no matter whether it's from an Arab, no matter whether it's from an African. When people come over, they learn very quickly, nigga.
Now you see, he said, an African. Now, last time I checked, I'm African. But he separated himself from Africans. Now, he used the N-word. He used the N-word more than any other racist white person I know. He used the N-word just like these racist white people. More than that. How many times this bozo used the N-word towards me? got to the point that I had to threaten his life. Man, I said I would come see you. Like, what do you? That word is nothing to play with. That's a dangerous word. That's not something that you could just say. Now, that's not true, because I never heard African people say stuff like that. And if they do say it, because they got it from black people over here. They got it from the degenerate Negroes over here. That's where they're getting it from. Because I live among Black American Africans. I live with Caribbeans, Africans. I live among Africans from Africa. We are all family. We don't look at each other one another. I don't know what world he lives in. But that's not true. But if they do say it, because they get it from black people. When African people come from Africa, when they come to where other black people are. They want to be with other black people. That's facts. It's not like they come over here, they have a choice. They come over because they want to be around people that looks like them. If I had went to Africa, or if I have gone to Europe, Marcus Garvey went to Europe. He lived in Europe, and he stayed with other black people. When Marcus Garvey came to the States, he stayed with black people. If I had went to Colombia, I'm going with what the black people are at. It's just a natural thing. But he separated himself, just like Imam saying, he separated himself. You can hear the separation. Bozo Muhammad is not my people. This is the reason why I was trying to explain to Imam when me and Imam was going back and forth at one time. I was trying to say to him, hey man, this guy that you're following, he's not what he seems. He hates black people. And he's trying to hide this Islam as a cloak. And the only thing he could say is the devil, the devil, the devil, the devil. Even with the Jewish white girl. That was real text messages. That was from him. That was him saying that she was beautiful. That was him saying, yo, I like the way your hair is. It was him calling her a queen. And he never denied it. He admitted it. So that was one of my reasons why I had to distance myself from him. He's just like Farrakhan. Even when he justified Farrakhan kissing white men on the mouth, he justified that. Taking pictures with the enemy, but you okay with that? I'm confused because one minute you saying that the white man's not your brother, but when Farrakhan take pictures, oh yeah, white people, that's their brothers. They're brothers. This is crazy, but let's continue.
And begin to act like white folks. Go ahead.
But the Africans, right? They might have self-hate towards other melanated people here in America, but they won't be killing y'all like what the Asians do. And I also brought up Peter Liang too in the video. Mm-hmm. Another Asian who shot a 28-year-old man.
Yeah, he was going through.
And he was a baby. Because Malcolm X at 39 years old when he got killed, a lot of people consider him a baby. What more a 28-year-old?
Mm-hmm.
So these Africans don't be coming in here killing y'all, but the Asians, since they have the same mindset and mentality of the cracker, they kill you, they murder y'all.
If Moore, the police officer who killed that white woman, right? You remember her, right?
No, I honestly don't. Was he black, the police officer?
The police officer was black. He came from Africa. And he was on
What
the
year
court.
was this? Wait, what year did this happen?
Let me pull it up.
I know he's talking about the cop. He was a Muslim from Nigeria, I think he was, and he killed a white woman, if I'm not mistaken. I know exactly what he's talking about. So I don't know what the connection, what he's talking about, because he's deflecting. Email said, do you notice how he always throw continent of Africans under the bus? Of course, yeah. Yeah, he always doing that. He always doing it. And what I don't like is that, email, like, he came on my panel, and I thought the brother was, I don't even say word brother, but I thought he was very genuine. But I didn't know that he came on my panel trying to persuade me to his Islam rhetoric. So when I start seeing things, and I'm like, wait a minute, like, he literally said Pan-Africanism came from Muslims, which is totally false. This man don't do his homework. He hasn't studied nothing. And you can see it. Like, I see it. Like, I wasn't even on the panel. Like, I'm hearing the nonsense. I'm like, whoa, this is ridiculous. Where he's getting this crap from?
Maurice, can I say something, please?
Uh-oh.
Yes.
In regards to the killings that you all are talking about right now, that's irrelevant, because you stated previously that we have to keep in mind the time period in which Elijah Muhammad was speaking.
Mm-hmm.
And that's between 1930 and 1970, and a specific event when he's mentioning the half brother, which would be the Vietnam War.
Right.
You can't bring something that is recent into what we're talking about, because it doesn't correlate. Elijah Muhammad was not.
So it basically, what this silly chick is saying, she said Asians back then are not the Asians of today. And that's what Emil was confused about. He was just like, wait a minute, that doesn't make any sense. They always felt that way. It was always competition with y'all. So Emil was correct. They try to make it seem like, oh, the Asians back then were nicer than today. Like, what the hell are you talking about? What? Because a lot what a pedophile has said. This man never been to Asia. Did Elijah Muhammad travel to Asia? Have Elijah Muhammad traveled to Asia? No. She's another dummy.
Talking about these recent Koreans killing people. He was talking about the war between the 30s and the 70s. So why are you even bringing this into the equation when Maurice Muhammad told you it was a different time period?
Because if Asians back then were in the same position they are now, they'd probably be also on the move and rampage of killing black people.
But you don't know that.
What?
You don't know that.
What is this chick talking about?
And had you called our brother, emailed our brother, text our brother to get understanding, he would have told you what he just explained to you. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad had a lot of our black brothers to not go to Vietnam and kill people. It was a figure of speech and a term of endearment that you completely took and ran away in a different direction. It was so disrespectful. Because this could have been cleared up in a better way.
Yeah, she's an Asian booty kisser.
It didn't have to get here.
She's an Asian booty kisser.
I agree with you, and I accept my mistakes.
Email, you were just trying to be humble. I get it. I got you, bro.
You have anything else to say?
No, I'm gonna be quiet because no, I don't. Because no,
because she came there looking for a fight.
I'm not gonna let you rouse me up. I'm not gonna gonna do it. Because Maurice being real nice to you right now. Because I'm ready to rip you a new ass. What y'all want to do? Because what we at?
What's the next slide? Where are we at with the next slide?
Okay, so I'm gonna there was something I missed.
He had Malcolm X killed for connecting with Africans.
I'm gonna go back for a little bit. Let me go back.
I said it before, the minister said it before, that you can say that white people are a scientific experiment that was made in a laboratory.
There was something that I missed.
And Asians too.
So
there was something
the
I
people
missed.
of Japan who are the brown half brothers of the black man. The brown race and the yellow race are the half brother of the black man, right? That's what you had an issue with, correct?
And I don't know if I made that point in the video. They shouldn't be even called y'all's half brother. Because you know where Asians come from. They have the same
process. The reason why he called them the half brother, right? Because even you know, when we showed the pictures of the Filipino people, and the original Filipino people couldn't have been here first. It couldn't have been an Asian person would have been here first. They didn't get here without us. There's no way that you're going to get here, and we are not part of that. We're not part of that process. It's just not going to happen.
Let me point out something
that was there.
Okay, I'm just trying.
Over there. Those original people over there. To every part of the globe, right? Every part of the globe, there's black people.
Okay, I'm missing something.
With the mind. And what I'm explaining now is how you can have black skin but be John Brown was rare. That one was rare. Those that are what I would call
okay, so
didn't want us to deal with Africans. Is that what you said? You know,
because I'm basing off of the live stream you guys did last month. And if I heard correctly, I can rewind back at the video. You guys were talking about how, you know, Africa is now in a good situation right now.
Okay, I think this
and
is
I could have sworn I heard Dogo Emma said that the Honorable Elijah Muhammad teaches for black people not to even touch Africa. Like, y'all can go to other places around the world, but Africa is not to be touched. Do you remember that?
Say that again.
Okay. Last month, when you and Dogo Oyemaya on one of the live streams y'all did last month, you were talking about how all of Africa is now in a good situation right now.
Oh yeah, this is it.
And that the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said that black people can immigrate to other parts of the world if they so choose, but Africa is a continent they should not touch or go to. That is what I remember wholeheartedly from the live.
And
do you remember that?
I don't remember either one of us.
I actually watched parts of that live stream several times, and I heard it come out of her mouth.
You heard it come out of my mouth?
No, her mouth.
Okay, hold on a second. Maya, do you want to address what he's saying?
It's a lot that I want to address. I don't like the way this in Africa is our brother. Our central responsibility is with the black man here in the wilderness of North America. For us to expend our energies pleading for the cause of Africa is like a blind man pleading that his fellow blind man be given eyes while he continues to stumble in the darkness.
So for that, you say because he said that makes him self-hating?
You sound like a self-hate to me.
No. I was just basing off of what Doga Oymayat said on that particular live stream because she was very passionate about it and emphasized a lot of stuff. I later on I can go back to the clip, take parts of it, and send it to you and show you where I was basing my opinions off of.
But so you're saying it's something other than what she just read?
Mm-hmm.
I don't recall anything. I don't recall anything like that. Do you have a problem with what she just read?
With the questions, man, like that's just stupid.
I just want to say that, you know, Ibrahim Traore being a big target to the West.
And that is the same thing for us right here. You have to take care of home. Likewise, if they don't get their house together,
okay, this is what I want. This
Nothing
is
but
what I
just
want to hear.
protesting
Then we're
and,
gonna
you know, need the help of other diasporic Africans.
Okay, let's look at this because the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said that you got to deal with self first, right? And so if we're not together here in America, if we're still fighting and striving to get what we need to get done, we have to have our mind focused on right here, right now, because this is what we can't do nothing for them over there. Because if we can't service us here, we can't service them there. And the same thing goes likewise. If they don't get their house together over there, ain't a damn thing they can do for us over here because they're disconnected, they're not united, and they're living in shambles. Wow. And that is the same thing for us right here. You have to take care of home first because this is your base, this is your strength. So to get up from here and go run over there while your people are still dying right here, you're not making no headway. You're not making no headway. And one thing that always happens.
Now, I'm going to say this. I disagree with that. I disagree with that. Because Marcus Garvey always say we are strength in numbers. We are strength in numbers. How are you going to neglect all these resources in Mother Africa? And we could be over there trying to make deals with our own brothers and sisters so both of us, home and abroad, of African people can benefit. So basically what he's saying is it's okay to reach out to the Asians, to every other race of people that are nice to us. But when it comes down to people that looks like you, they're on their own. That's what I'm hearing. You know what I'm saying? So that's a cop-out saying stuff like, oh, well, we don't take care over here. How are you going to take over here where you got all these barriers? Marcus Garvey saying that we don't need white people stuff. We can do deals, and that's where the Black Star Line came from, so we could travel back and forth to the continent and get the goods over there. We don't need no other race for nothing. So that's a lie. To take care of home. What home? America is your home now? America is nothing but a home. It's nothing but a prison. You calling America your home, but you can't have no peace in your home. There's no peace. You got to sleep with one eye open. You can't even walk down a block without some cops stopping you. 100 years of lynching. Black people just walk in, just mind their own business. They get lynched on the spot. They get lynched in front of their family. Where was all these Asians back then? Where was all these Asians, back then that supported and stopped the lynchings? Where was the Asians when African people in this country were starving during the Great Depression? Where was they at? So now, because during the Vietnam War, because the Vietnamese saying, hey, no, black man, this not your fight. All of a sudden they are friends? No, they just letting you know, I don't got no beef with you. Stay out of this. Mind your business. That's what the Asians are really saying. That's what the Vietnam's are saying. African people, mind your damn business. And that's the problem with some of us. We always gotta be nosy. We always gotta be nosy. So that was wrong. That was wrong. That's not proper teaching. That wasn't proper teaching. So I'm gonna move on. I'm gonna fast forward this. I'm not gonna waste my time, but I'm gonna get to the Malcolm X part. Let me see what he said about the Malcolm X. I'm a little curious about this one.
I also want to say kudos to you for actually calling the embassy.
You take that back, or we need to go into that?
All right. Hold on, let me read the last part.
Okay, no, there's something. I'm going to take this one. Oh, here we go. So I want to hear about the Malcolm X assassination part. This is interesting.
Okay. He had Malcolm X killed for connecting with Africans. Do you still believe that?
I do not remember saying that. I said that he had Malcolm X killed because based on a documentary I watched.
So now what I'm hearing now, they started, so email, you see how they twisted your words? You see how them bastards switches your words? Now you said, I don't remember saying that. They took something that you disagreed with, and you said you watched the and you said, no, this is what I said, but they try to make it seem like they try to twist your words around. I'm glad you said that. I'm glad you said, hey, I didn't say that.
Malcolm X became way more sufficient, influential.
That's true.
And popular than Elijah
That's
Muhammad.
True. Email, you was absolutely right. That's the reason. That's the reason why. But actually, that was mainly the main reason why they got rid of him. He was getting too popular. And even Elijah Muhammad's wife was hating. Damn, Elijah Muhammad, nobody's not even talking about you. Malcolm X is getting all this attention. Black people start to follow Malcolm X. I mean, people start to work with him. And you're absolutely right.
If he became more popular than the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, why wasn't his movement bigger? If he became more popular, if he was so much better?
Because they killed him. You killed him, you evil piece of garbage. You killed him. You killed him. You murdered him. That's the reason why you murdered him. Before it was growing. You murdered the man. You idiot. You murdered him.
He would have been able to make his own movement as he did, but the numbers would have outdid our numbers if he was so much popular and better than the messenger. And do you realize that Malcolm X said, I'm going to stop saying that it's the Nation of Islam that's trying to kill me, because they can't try to kill me over in different countries. I'm going to stop
That's a lie.
saying.
He did not say that. He did not say that. He did not say that. He did say, he said, the Nation of Islam is not working alone. He said they are getting help. That's what he said. You silly B-rap piece of garbage. He said that. Get it right. And you notice, email, he did not pull up no evidence. That's what he does. Everything is propaganda. Everything is propaganda and a belief. Because he's using this religion, is using his last name Muhammad, he thinks his word should be taken as face value. No, you got to show evidence. This is the reason why people bang on these people. This is the reason why Pan-Africans like myself, we bang on these religious fanatics. If they say Jesus was purple, you got people who would probably believe that because, oh, well, he's part of the Nation of Islam. He must know what he's talking about. That's not how life works. That's a lie.
Are you aware of that?
Based on what I watched from the documentary, when Malcolm X was traveling all over the world, particularly in Egypt and France, he was getting poisoned. And it was a widespread belief at that time that
I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't like this whole thing. I don't like this. I just feel like they had email. It seemed like to me they had you on trial. I don't like the way how this whole thing is going, because you shouldn't have to explain yourself. You have every right to think what you want to think. You have the evidence. You haven't said nothing wrong. So far, you've been on point. He do not. The thing is, email. He do not like Malcolm. That's the bottom line. He don't like Malcolm X. A lot of people from the nation, they don't like Malcolm X. They hate this guy. That's the bottom line.
I think that because of the disagreements him and the Nation of Islam were having, they were tracking him and trying to kill him.
So
then later on in 1965, as you saw, it was a member of the NOI.
I'm going to read some of your comments. Email said, I was in denial. I couldn't believe he would do that because it was always seemed that his energy was 1,000 against the cracker. Yeah, that was an illusion. It was an illusion. Because now because he spoke to that same girl. He spoke to her. And I have the video where he's telling her he was trying to destroy me. He was trying to destroy me. And I said, so that was our last argument, because I was just like, wait a minute. I thought, when did y'all became friends again? So you was putting on this show, and the only reason why you was putting on a show because you got caught. You got caught. And you had to make it seem that, it was all a play type of thing. But you really liked this white girl. He really liked that Jewish white girl. He was upset that he got caught. And then he was trying to blame another black man for what he did. You flirted with that Jewish white girl, Bozo Muhammad. You did that. You flirted with that Jewish white girl. And then you want to justify, or you want to make it seem like it wasn't that serious. The man is a hypocrite, big time. Imam said Islam is distorted religion that alongside Christianity came from ancient Kemetic teachings. Yeah, a lot of the time they came from, definitely, you're right. It did came from a lot of Kemetic teachings, and they twisted it and humanified it and then turn it dirty. Has nothing to do with African spirituality. Nothing. America is indeed a prison. It's one of the many things affecting my mental health. That's why I'm planning on moving out of the country. I just have to keep doing my research, plan, and think wisely. Facts. Because one thing about when you move anywhere, even into one state to another, you have to plan. I remember this girl that I worked with. She moved down south. She said it took almost 2 years for her to plan. So just imagine moving to another country. Just imagine that it's going to take some years. A lot of people is not prepared. A lot of people is not really 100% prepared. You have to be prepared to move to another state or to another country. It's going to take some time. So when people say, well, you're supposed to be Pan-African, how come you don't go to Africa? How come you're not in Africa? Well, because number one, I don't have no money. And it takes money. It takes a lot of planning. It takes, like you said, email takes a lot of research because I just don't want to go anywhere. I want to go where I feel comfortable, feel safe. I want to live where I could flourish. That's anywhere. That's anywhere in the globe. Anywhere. Email said, I said they killed Malcolm X because he was more influential, effective, and popular than the logic. And that was true. They said that in the documentary. They said that same thing in the documentary. Email, you have not said anything wrong. Everything you said was on point, and I'm proud of you. I made an analogy of this to the Lion King when Scar unalived Mustafa for the same reason. Yep, same thing. Do you know he actually told me personally that dinosaurs never existed? Their fossils are a hoax. He really told me all that personally. He might have been a childish. It might have been a childish topic, but he lacks a scientific basis. Yes, the Nation of Islam, when it comes down to science, they don't believe in science. Everything is a belief system. They believe that when you die, the mothership will come. Some mothership will come. See nonsense like that. How could you even believe anything what a B-Rab is saying? Some spaceship going to come and pack you up and take you somewhere to some paradise somewhere. This is what he believes.
Why who killed Malcolm X?
Again, so the 3 people that went to jail for killing Malcolm X, you do realize that 2 of them never was even there, that they were trumped up charges. They were lied on and had to serve that time. And now the state of New York is paying their families money. You do realize that, right?
But he's not talking about that. Emil is not talking about that. They did murder that man. Thomas Hare. Oh my God, this guy's an idiot. Thomas Hare already said it. Well, he ain't saying nothing new. Thomas Hare said those guys that they innocent locked up, they didn't commit the crime. He said that he was one of the shooters. He said this. See, but you notice, Emil, he totally didn't. He did not even mention this. He didn't even mention that. It was a live interview. A live interview. Gave up names. He gave up names. Right after Elijah Muhammad passed away, he gave up the names. Who was the shooters?
Repeat that again, please.
I said, you do realize that 2 of the men that were found guilty for the so-called assassination of Malcolm X, the state of New York is paying their families for being wrongfully convicted. You do realize that, right?
So what's your point? What's your point?
So you're trying to say that it wasn't really them that killed Malcolm X. They were wrongfully
The state
convicted
of
and
New
maybe
York
prepped.
is saying that is not them. That's why that's why their family is being paid.
Of course,
The state of New
So,
York is
but
saying
that's
that.
true.
so you
It
think
wasn't
it
them
must
do
have
it.
been a cracker who might have killed Malcolm X?
Boy, okay. So you're not even aware that the daughters of Malcolm X suing the state of New York and the federal government for their hands in killing of their
All right,
father. You're not even aware.
let's do this. Let's do it because he brought that up. He brought that up. I want to let me see. Let me show this. I'm gonna screen share this. He brought that up. Let me see if I can. I'm gonna have to stop this. So let's do it this way. So he brought that up. Okay, let's show it. Let me see if I have that. Screen share this. So Emil, did you have you seen this before, Emil? Press yes or no. This is New York Times. The widow of Malcolm X, that's Betty Shabazz, suspects Farrakhan had role in the killing. He didn't show that. There's another article, Los Angeles Times. So that was the New York Times. That was the New York Times. This is Los Angeles Times. Malcolm X, widow, accuses Farrakhan. Malcolm X widow said in the television interview that she believes the Nation of Islam leader Louis Farrakhan was involved in her husband's assassination. He was involved. He was involved. He was one of the informants. The FBI even said that in the documentary. He said we have 5 informants, 5 top informants, and they show Farrakhan in one of them. How come that didn't come up in the conversation? You see, email, he's covering up for the nation. He's covering up. This B-rap sucker, Bozo Muhammad, is covering up for the nation. He's covering it up. And we're not going to show it. And like I said, when I did the Revenge of Malcolm X, I even showed you the transcripts of Elijah Muhammad instigating and making threats, saying that Malcolm X's head should be cut off. So there was definitely threats on Malcolm's life, even inside the nation, and it was recorded. But he did not pull that up because he looks at you like, oh, I can mold email to anything I want to be. And you telling him, look, I done my homework. So why he didn't show this?
That, right? See, look, I don't know what video you watched.
Oh my God.
But if you just check the news and Ben Crump and the daughters of Malcolm X, they're soon. The shit that came out, letters and everything, that this whole thing was a setup by the police, the FBI and all of them. the two people that went to jail, the man that actually pulled the trigger said that these two men ain't had nothing to do with it.
We know that already.
They had that innocent men. They didn't have nothing to do with that. But it was paid informants.
But
there's what?
Let me say this. Thomas Hare never said it was paid informants. He said these were we decided to do it on our own. We decided to go against Elijah Muhammad, according to him, because they keep telling this lie that Elijah Muhammad said, don't put your hand on Malcolm. Why would you sit there and why would you say do not touch Malcolm unless people already planning to do something? Why would a Muslim kill another Muslim when that was supposed to be one of the clause? And we never heard Elijah Muhammad say that anyway, but we have read what Elijah Muhammad said. Hey, Malcolm X needs to be dealt with. That's in the transcripts. Thomas Hare already had told the names of the people who killed Malcolm X, and he never said anything about they were informants. He never said that we were agents for the government. He never said that. He said, no, we are from the Nation of Islam. We are Muslims from the Nation of Islam. This is what Thomas Hare said. So I don't know where he's getting that from. So I'm going to fast forward. And then this is where the pedophile situation with Elijah Muhammad, let's play that.
He married.
Okay, let's see what he says here.
So we got to get him before he gets allowed back in.
Able to see my weaknesses better now.
Right now, his wife. Now, mind you, this whole time, FBI, they're still monitoring. They hear there was each other. But that wasn't the case. That wasn't the case. Honorable Elijah Muhammad, Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, members of the Nation of Islam, and regular everyday Black people didn't deserve what you did.
What?
Now, you also spoke in your video, you said something to the effect that Black people speak a language. Oh, yeah. Okay, before we get to that, let's deal here. You said that he had sex with underage girls and he is a pedophile.
He is a pedophile. He is a pedophile.
In Islam, it goes like this. If you accuse somebody of a crime, and being a pedophile is a crime that you're worthy of death, and you can't prove that he's a pedophile, that sentence of death goes to the accuser.
Now let's keep it 100. First of all, Boza Muhammad never murdered anybody. He never killed nobody. This is the same dude that said he went AWOL when he joined the army. He went AWOL. He was afraid to fight. Then he gave us a bogus lie talking about he threatened all his superiors. If they didn't let him go, he was going to kill him, which that was a lie. This is a known liar. Now we already know that you don't have to. We already know that it's automatically that if you sleep with underage teenagers or underage, anybody who's underage, you will be considered a pedophile. You don't have to say pedophile, but that would be the name for it. Elijah Muhammad never denied it. And again, if that was a rumor going around from that he was, if that was the case, because it didn't come from Malcolm, it came from his son. It came from his son, Elijah Muhammad's son, that told Malcolm X.
right? That's the laws that we operate on. Malcolm X never called Elijah Muhammad a pedophile.
He didn't have to.
He said that he was having relations with teenage secretaries. All of these women.
And oh my God, this guy, man, he said from what he says from 16 to 19, I think he said. That's underage. 16 is underage. He gave the age range. He gave the age range.
He married.
That's a lie. No proof.
They were his wives. 18, 19.
And then, yeah, it don't make any sense.
You're still a teenager, but you're his wife. Not his girlfriend, not his little sex thing on the side, his wife. Now, mind you, this whole time, FBI, they're still monitoring. They hear there was agents in the Nation of Islam. They knew the Honorable Elijah Muhammad had wives. They knew the ages of his wives. If they were underage, that would be all that they needed to rush in there, lock him up.
That's not true.
And charge him with pedophilia.
That's not true.
That's all they would need. They got the evidence.
That's not
true. But they never did that because they knew it wasn't pedophilia.
That's not true.
They knew.
Because the girls did not come. Number one, the girls did not come forward. They didn't go to the law enforcement. Now, if they went to the law, if they went to the police saying, "Hey, I got raped," and he raped the other girls, then they would have came in. But nobody reported it. That's the reason why the police didn't move in. You can't move in if somebody's not reporting it. That you know what I'm saying? So because he put these girls in isolation where they couldn't speak to nobody at all. That's what happened. See, he's not telling you everything. This dude is not telling you everything. And even when you saw the Who Killed Malcolm X, they tell you that's what Elijah Muhammad did. He threatened those girls. Those girls could not say nothing to a word to nobody. That's what happened.
They were of age. They knew he married them. They knew this was his way of life as a Muslim. They knew these things. Did you listen to the wives that, quote unquote, you said that he was a pedophile, that he was married to? Did you ever listen to them and hear their story? You didn't even listen.
But also,
that was staged. It was staged.
People said the females that were in a relationship with Elijah Muhammad are scared to voice out what was going on in their relationships. What's going on in their relationships. Because they endured trauma.
They lied to you. Whoever you watched to get that from lied to you.
Wow.
Lied to you. They didn't have a problem speaking out. We got a video where where you can hear.
Okay, I'm gonna move on. I'm gonna try to fast forward this. I'm gonna just get to the end where, because this is, let me stop this real quick. And I'm gonna show another one. So email right now, you got it, man. You got it. I'm proud of you. I'm really proud of you. I gotta show you, I'm gonna show this one thing. I gotta show this real quick. see this. So let me show this, and then oh, I didn't want to do that. Okay, that's the wrong damn thing. Okay, this is where the part where they got really pissed off, because this was definitely directed towards them. So email said, they said, well, I don't think email, you didn't write this. I think they put this together. Email asked the following questions regarding to Maurice Muhammad and Douglas Olga Mayat, Fall of America study. Since you push in a while, what does that say about you? Are you dumb? Are you stupid? Are you dumb? Are you an agent operating to dumb blacks down all over the world? Blacks need to separate from us. Yep. Hey. So let me share screen this. This was good. Oh, what's this? All right, so let's fast forward this. I want to get to the part. Let me see here.
You don't have that. But trying to kill, to try to assassinate our character because of your misunderstanding. What you got to say? Now, let me make sure you understand. For me, of course, just like my heart, I love the nation. I love the messenger, the minister, the whole nine.
All right, let me go back. Because this bitch, she's starting.
You unworthy to be in our circle because you have shown us that you cannot be trusted. You can't. And then you said that Maurice and I are agents.
I agree. I think so.
You asked the question, who are we? And you said that we are agents. No, let me ask you a question. Are you the fucking agent? Because one thing y'all motherfucking agents do, y'all weasel y'all motherfucking way into the circle and y'all patient. Because at some point, you're going to raise your ugly head even worse than this. You're not done. See, Maurice could be diplomatic with your ass, but I ain't got no diplomacy about me. All I know how to do is fight. You got me fucked up. So I don't know how Maurice gonna handle this, but I'm done with your ass. I'm done.
Let me go back a little bit.
The culture that they invested in that has dumbed them down.
So what, you the word police? You the vocabulary police? Who gives a fuck how we speak? And what do you mean good English? Let me tell you something. I've never been to England. I am not a European. I'm African. American.
Oh, now you're African. And then she said, I'm an American. Which one is it? Are you an American or you're African? Because you're dealing with two continents. You can't be two continents. Are you African or are you an American? Because usually they name a country and then the continent. That's how it works. This chick is so stupid. She can't even know. She haven't done her DNA to find out where she's from. You calling yourself my aunt, but then you sitting there, you disrespecting Africa, which I'm gonna play. I was totally disgusted when she said that.
My family comes from the South, a family of people who were not allowed to speak their language. A language of the slave master was imposed. You need to look up dialect. You need to look up Gullah Geechee. You need to look up Patois. Our language is a language of survival. And who the fuck are you to tell us what we need to do? You need to be quiet, because this is not your lane to speak on anything. This is not your business. Because if I say I'm finna go to the store, Maurice, what the fuck did I just say? I'm finna go to the store.
Mm-hmm.
Tell them what I just said.
Okay, here's the misconception, email. Here's the misconception. She's bringing up the dialect as far as the English are infusing with African language. That's when that I don't email. I know that's not what you're talking about. You talking about those that be like yo ma Lamar, come over here, you know you talking about yo what's good, son, you know I know what you're talking about. You talking about that type of language. You're not talking about languages that are mixed, because even you, email, you have a dialect. You mixing. I hear the Asian and English merged together. I hear it. You have an accent. That's in every culture. Like anytime you mix African language, mix it with English language, it's gonna sound awkward. It's gonna sound weird to some people. I don't think she fully understand what you was coming from. You know what I'm saying? I don't think she fully understand what you was coming from. I understood what you was coming from. Because she had this hatred because you studied their platform, they just couldn't handle it. They could not handle it. But you talking about the ratchet, yo, mom, let me come over. Yo, what's good, son? Yo, I know exactly what you're talking about. And I don't even like hearing that myself. But you can't mix. That's not what, I don't think that's what email was talking about. Like, I don't know where she's getting that from. She's totally off base.
She's about to go to the store.
What that is right there? say it properly. What that is right there?
Oh, what are you looking at? What is that right there?
Who that? Who that?
Who is this? Who is that?
You understand me, and that's all that matters. It's called dialect. That's the language of my ancestors. That's the language of my grandmothers. I grew up speaking like that. That's all I knew. That's all I knew. I didn't know any different. I changed my speech as I began to go to school and learn and study and get degrees. But in my space, in my home, with my family and my friends who I am comfortable with, I do speak what you consider to be gibberish. And that's none of your fucking business. Because you could never be me. Never. And you are very disrespectful to say that, because you don't know our struggle. You don't know what we've been through.
Oh, bitch.
You don't know the language that was spoken to us by our great grandmothers and our grandmothers and our fathers. You don't know, but it's gibberish to you. And that's all I know. How dare you? How dare you?
Oh, God. Stupid bitch.
Everybody want to tell the black man and woman what to do. And to go back to Africa, I said,
this is off about this bitch. This is what pissed me off about this bitch. Because when you talk about being disrespectful, you haven't been to Africa. You haven't been to no country in Africa. And I would tell Mayat, get your passport and go over there and meet the people over there. Connect with the land over there. Or shut the hell up. This part really pissed me off.
It makes no sense for me to run to the goddamn slave catcher and I'm running from the slave master. I remember what I said. Why am I going to take my hard-earned money, my retirement, my investment money, and run to Africa? For what? I've never been to Africa. I don't know no goddamn body in Africa that lives there. And I don't owe Africa shit. Africans were going into the interior of Africa, kidnapping Africans, selling them to Europeans. And they've never come to rescue us. They've never come to see about us. They've never sympathized with us, but you expect us to go and build Africa.
This is the typical Negro pen that I stay away from. This stupid, dumb chick hasn't been nowhere. You could tell the way she talked. She hasn't traveled nowhere. She's stuck. I don't know if this dumb chick got kids. I hope she don't have no kids. I really hope she don't have no kids. But for you to call yourself Mayat, you take an African deity name, and then you're gonna name it to your ratchet, stupid ass. Talking about you never been to Africa. Then change your name. Your name is not Mayat. Don't change your name. I know a person named Dr. Mayat. She will never say nothing like that. And she been to Africa. But you take a name because it sounds good. It sounds royal. It sounds godly like. But you don't respect it. You don't respect it, Mayat, whatever your dogma, Mayat, whatever your name is. You're pathetic. Because you took something that Emil said that had nothing to do with what you was talking about. You got so emotional, and then you went out. My thing is this: take that energy and take it up with somebody that knows that will fight you, that will handle you, that will deal with you, that will, as far as combat through knowledge, that has knowledge yourself. Why don't you try to debate those type of people? Since you want to, and then see how far you're going to get with that. But it's sad that you're going to come out your mouth and say that you've never been to Africa. You call black people over there slave catchers. You ain't shit, bitch. You ain't shit. And I tell that to your mama. And that Bozo Muhammad want that smoke, he'll get it too.
And Africa is just as guilty. And I asked my brother, Maurice Muhammad, what should we do with Africa? Because they owe us too.
No, they don't.
They owe us
No, they
too.
don't.
For what they did. But you want me to take my money and carry my ass over to a fucking slum country with people that don't even have fucking toilets that flush or water to drink. And
this is how stupid she is. This is how stupid this chick is. She called Africa a country. I dropped the mic. I dropped the mic right there. She called the continent of Africa a country. And she said it was a slum. You never been there. She said she never been to Africa. She even said that she never been to Africa. But then how would you know it's a slum? How you know it was a slum? You got slums in the States. Where you live at? The ghetto is a slum. If you living in a hood, if you live in a crime-infested neighborhood, that's a slum. You don't, if you have Arabs and you have Asians and everybody controlling the businesses or whatever, that's a slum. See, all this weird FBA talk that's get on my nerves. This is how stupid she is. The continent of Africa is a country? When did that happen?
They practicing open defecation and take my money and build their community.
This is pure hate. That's hate right there.
They already been paid by my blood, sweat, and tears. God damn it, I don't owe Africa shit.
And they don't owe you shit, dirty bitch.
And you was wrong for what you did.
No, he wasn't.
You were wrong. And that is why the Honorable Elijah.
No. He is dishonorable. You mean dishonorable Elijah Muhammad. Dishonorable.
Muhammad said complete separation.
Well,
complete. That means you shouldn't even be in our motherfucking circle. To be honest with you. Complete mean complete separation. Because Elijah Muhammad extended grace and gratitude to the Japanese. He did not want to kill any of you or shed your blood. Terms of endearment and respect to save lives. And you turn around and don't do your goddamn research and you run with a fucking scenario that got Malcolm killed too. You just like Malcolm.
Wow. You just like Malcolm. The hate. This Mayat piece of garbage, she ain't shit either. She's a piece of shit. And I want to thank Emil. I want to thank you for holding your own. I want to thank you because you haven't said nothing wrong. You have not said nothing wrong. You have mastered the game. You have said nothing wrong. You did your homework.
You unworthy to be in our circle because you have shown us that you cannot be trusted. You can't. And then you said that Maurice and I are agents. You asked the question, who are we? And you said that we are agents. No, let me ask you a question. Are you the fucking agent? Because one thing y'all motherfucking agents do, y'all weasel y'all motherfucking way into the circle and y'all patient. Because at some point, you're going to raise your ugly head even worse than this. You're not done. See, Maurice could be diplomatic with your ass, but I ain't got no diplomacy about me. All I know how to do is fight. You got me.
And he's laughing. He's laughing. That's the reason why I stopped. I'm done. So he thinks everything is funny.
So I don't know how
that's not
Maurice
funny.
going to handle this, but I'm done with your ass. I'm done with you. I'm done with you.
Okay.
You disrespected Elijah Muhammad.
So what?
And you kept saying disrespectful.
So what? I disrespect Elijah Muhammad. What you gonna do about it? I disrespect Elijah Muhammad. What you gonna do about it? Nothing. He has every right to disrespect Elijah Muhammad. The dishonorable Elijah Muhammad was a piece of shit.
I mean, I'm sorry. Dishonorable. You kept saying this so many times, like we didn't hear you say it the first time. And I know you've been watching our videos because you said, I'm not going to call any names, but if you say my name, I'll say yours. What the fuck is you talking about? Why are you coming to us with this verbal aggression? We didn't come to you with no verbal aggression. What you want? You want some clicks, likes, subscribers? Because we didn't come to you like that. What the fuck do you mean if we call your name? What the fuck do you mean if we call your name? Like we scared to call your motherfucking name. I look, let me tell you something. I ain't scared of you. I don't fear you.
I don't know. She sounds scared to me.
I don't.
She sounds scared
I'm
to me,
not looking to fight with you. That's not why I'm here. I'm here with my brother to read a motherfucking book and study. And here you come with your dumb shit. And I don't appreciate it because you could have called him and got understanding before you ran with a fucked up scenario. You don't know what Elijah Muhammad has done for Maurice. You don't motherfucking know what he's done for me. And let me tell you something. Tonight,
you never met Elijah Muhammad. You never, these bozos never met Elijah Muhammad. What are you talking about?
Right before this video, I was watching another video on YouTube. All of a sudden, a video popped up with Malcolm X. And I've listened to that video several times. But this time, because I know how the spirit works, I listened to it again. And Malcolm was talking about how we are taught to never be the aggressor. We are taught to never be the fucking aggressor. But if you come fucking with us, it is what it is. And to clear up something else, I'm not in the nation. I'm not a member of the Nation of Islam. And Maurice ain't even active in the nation. We just two friends reading a goddamn book. That's it. You don't tell us we're going to read a whole lot of shit that's going to offend a whole lot of people. But you were wrong. And you were very aggressive. Very aggressive. Very disrespectful. And I don't appreciate it. There you go, Maurice. Let's wrap this shit up.
All right.
Can I say something first, Maurice, that Dogo Oyamayat said?
Sure.
Real quick.
Mm-hmm.
To say that there's no running water or flushing toilets in Africa is such an overstatement. Because as I've said in my previous videos, I've been all over Africa. And they got running water and flushing toilets. It just depends on where you go. There are, just like other parts of the world, there are good parts of Africa and bad parts of Africa. It just depends on where you go. And Africa, as we're seeing right now, is developing. So that's not a fair statement to say that there's no running water or flushing toilets in Africa. Because I've seen it with my own eyes. I've been there, and that's not true.
I agree with you.
I've been to Djibouti, and they do practice open defecation there. Djibouti is fucked up, I will say.
Okay, let's fast forward this.
When you're doing research, you're supposed to be objective. You're not supposed to be biased. You may hear something.
It's me because I understand what the teacher.
Last but not least, Maurice, he was talking about Black people need to separate from us, me and you. Black people need to separate from me and you.
That's right. I
agree. I'm not going into this indigenous shit with America because it's already 8:41. So this could be the last slide that y'all can discuss.
What you got to say? Now, let me make sure you understand. For me, of course, just like my art, I love the nation. I love the messenger, the minister, the whole nine. I'm not active, but I love my nation. I love my nation. It is the Nation of Islam that made me who I am. It is those teachings, and I believe every single word of it. Every single word of it. This is where my life is. I wouldn't be the man who I am today if it wasn't for the Nation of Islam. And to be 1,000% with you, to be 1,000%. Because I believe in, and this is just me, because I understand what the teachings represent and how they help our people. I believe in killing people who talk bad against the nation.
Wow.
Who try to block people from the nation.
Wow.
People who try to dirty the messenger and dirty the minister. I believe in killing them.
Wow.
And the only reason that I haven't killed not one is because I know it would not make Minister Farrakhan feel good. I know that. Because if it was, heads would have been rolled.
I would have looked forward to
that.
that.
I do,
I would have been looked forward to that fight.
On the video. Information versus information. But trust and believe. I do believe heads should roll.
Wow. Wow.
Because to stop this man, to try to stop our people from getting this truth, from accepting their own and be their self, is to leave them to die. And you don't have anything that you can offer Black people that will raise them up to the condition that the minister and the messenger are raising us to. You don't offer that. You don't have that. But trying to kill, to try to assassinate our character because of your misunderstanding, because of you not doing your due diligence. We're nowhere near done. And that you should know. I was very offended with your video. And I didn't, be very honest, I didn't see that coming. Because you got my phone number. You know how to message me. We've talked many of times. Many of times. And you know you could have reached up, picked up that phone and reached out or send me a message, and you know I would respond. But to be treated like this from you, wasn't expecting that. Because I didn't view you as an enemy. I didn't view you as an enemy. You've been around us here at B1 for years, and we've accepted you. And we showed you love. We've been good to you.
Wow.
We've been good.
This guy had this.
Hell, Doc even cried over you.
Was it because of that? Was it because of that time I was going through suicidal ideations?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
I think he
You
made.
never told me that, Maurice.
Yeah,
I should have known.
Yeah, he made that up. He made that up, Email.
Yeah, he did it on camera.
Now he made that up. He made that up. That's not.
I watched the whole live stream. I watched the whole live stream. God has God abandoned us? I didn't see him.
That was her idea. But it helps our people. It helps our people.
Yeah, I'm gonna skip that. Let me see.
Because our people are in the condition and they need the right education. The right will be hard. They're going to be cantankerous. But you got to take it in order to get them to where they got to go. To get them to where they got to go. And that's what it's about. You know, I've said, I've done these battles against my own people on YouTube years ago. And I'm done with that. As Maya says, it's a waste of damn time. I want to fight the cracker. That's who I want to fight. That's who I want to take the head of, because that's my enemy. That is my enemy. And that's the showdown that our people need to see. And that's the showdown that I'm ready for. That is the showdown that I'm ready for. We're going to battle.
Oh God.
We're marching straight into
this guy. This guy is the biggest fucking coward.
Who will watch this video and understand the importance of our unity, understand the importance of protecting our leadership, understand the importance of protecting our love for one another. Because at the end of the day, Black people, we are all we got. As my brother Forecast says, we are all we have. So we have to protect that love that we have for each other, because we got an enemy that we got to deal with. So I thank everybody for, I want to take the head of. Closing comments, and Maya said that I'm very diplomatic. You know, I think tonight I'm very tired, very tired. But you're on, and you're on at a 100%. So we're still good. We're still good. When I sit back and I reflect on these events, and I said this even to Maya, you know, these things prepare us for what's coming down the line. What's coming down the line. And
all right, I'm done with this. I'm done. All right, it's over 5 hours. I'm just gonna give my conclusion. I really want to thank Emil for not showing any emotions, and he's been very he held his composure, and I respect that. As far as what I know, he wasn't lying. Emil, you did a great job, and you let these guys show who they really are. I don't know what they thought, but it's obvious that these people love murderers of other African people. I heard a lot of threatening. I heard a lot of intimidation, and it wasn't okay, let me educate you. It was more, I'm going to intimidate you. I'm going to make you scared of me. And he even said, if it was up to me, I will resort to murder. Anybody talk against the messenger. Now, this dude wasn't even active into the Nation of Islam. He has not even been to the mosque. He has not even met Farrakhan or any Muslim. He hasn't got no connection to any Muslim, any FOI, because they just love. They in love. He's in love. I'm going to use that word. He's in love with another man. I have people talk against Marcus Garvey. I don't get upset. I don't get mad, because I let Marcus Garvey words speak for itself. There's no need for me to get upset or get angry. There's no need for me to get angry or get upset because I know the truth. They know what that man did. That's the reason why they're upset. You challenge their book. You challenged it. And they wasn't expecting it. And they couldn't even defeat it. So now they try to use intimidation. Email said, did Maurice got a dishonorable discharge? Yes, he did. He did got a dishonorable discharge. This guy was too cowardly to fight. That's the reason why he wanted out. Read these last bit of cards, and I'm gonna head out of here. Let me see what email said. Yes, you brought that a while ago. He said, you ever showed a video where she was disgusted with Farrakhan? She was disgusted with Farrakhan. No, I don't think I showed that video. I don't think I've seen that one. But Marie said to me that Malcolm's wife sued the NYPD for convicting NOI members. That's no, that's not true. He didn't show any proof of that. Again, he didn't show no evidence. He's supposed to show those. He's supposed to show that, but that's not true. Yeah, that's right. Did Maurice get this one? Yep, he got this. Yep. I'm saying the culture today dumbing down black people. Yeah, I already know. I already know what you was talking about. I already know exactly what you're talking about. They was just too stupid. They were so much in their feelings. They twisted your words like they always do. Especially through the rap. Just listen to a lot of these things, the rappers and rapping about beating women. Yep, you're right. I can't complain about that. Yeah, you're right. Yes, guys, she has kids and is single mom. Wow. There you have it. There you have it. Single mom. If I can remember, talked several times about how she no longer wants to associate with men. Wow. So she also a men hater. I'm not surprised. Wow. I pass by a lot of slum every day and come back to my residence from work. Wow, yep. I already told Keith Newsom about Maurice because Keith Newsom is another individual who takes pleasure exposing frauds. Facts. Good, good. Well, email, I just want to know I had your back. Again, I hope you enjoyed this live. I'm glad you came through. I'm glad you told me your side of this clown, Bozo Muhammad. And yes, the dishonorable Elijah Muhammad. Dishonorable. B-Rab piece of garbage. And there's no need for anybody to be threatened or be showing saying, come on, people have a right to speak, present their truth, present their facts. Definitely. Please do. But this has been definitely much respect to you too, man. You held it down, man. I'm proud of you. Yeah, I'm proud of you. You did not. You caught them off guard because they was teaching. They was misleading the people. That's everything that he said. Everything that Bozo said was a lie. That's how I destroyed him in that debate. And like I said, if you haven't checked out my debate with him, check it out. I'll send you the link. So check it out and tell me what you think. You know, write in a comment, man. I mean, I would like to hear your thoughts on that. But it was a 3-hour debate. But yeah, so but you did a really good job, and I understood you. And I'm not saying it because I don't, you know, me and Bozo Muhammad don't get along. I'm saying it because you really spoke the facts. And I backed it up. So thanks again, Mel, for coming through. I want to thank everybody else. Stacy, Jamel, Underrated, Cuckoo Cutter, Sister Raw. Just want to thank everybody that came through and hit that like button. And until next time, peace. Be safe. Later.